The moment it all ended didn't come with tears. It came with a sound, a wet, heavy slap against silk sheets, so sharp, so grotesque, that it echoed through the bedroom like a judge's gavel, sealing a verdict I had been building toward for weeks. Ethan's scream followed immediately, high-pitched, raw, the kind of scream that doesn't just come from fear, but from shock so deep it scrapes the inside of your lungs on the way out. And Victoria, his boss, her reaction was even worse. She stumbled backward, her face draining of color so fast it was almost fascinating to watch, like watching a woman realize in real time that she had just stepped into something she could never undo. I stood in the doorway of my own bedroom, barefoot, calm, watching them scramble, grabbing at clothes, slipping on the floor, trying to make sense of what had just happened, as pieces of something far more disgusting than betrayal lay scattered across the bed we once shared. And in that moment, I finally understood something I hadn't felt in months. Relief. Not rage, not heartbreak, relief. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because revenge like that, calculated, precise, and perfectly timed, doesn't happen in a single moment. It builds slowly, painfully, layer by layer, like pressure beneath the surface, until something finally cracks. 3 months earlier, I still believed I had a life worth protecting. My name is Naomi Grady. I was 41 years old, a former Army communications specialist turned home automation consultant, someone who spent her days making other people's homes safer, smarter, more secure. Irony has a sense of humor like that. Because while I was installing cameras and motion sensors for strangers, my own marriage was quietly collapsing behind my back. 15 years. That's how long Ethan and I had been together. 15 years of shared routines, inside jokes, late-night conversations, and the kind of comfortable silence that only comes from thinking you truly know someone. He used to laugh at everything I said, even the bad jokes, especially the bad jokes. But somewhere along the way, that laughter disappeared, and I didn't notice it right away. That's the thing about betrayal. It doesn't arrive like a storm. It seeps in, quietly. Until one day, you wake up and realize the person lying next to you is a stranger, standing in that doorway, watching him cover himself with trembling hands, while Victoria tried to wipe something off her chest with a towel that would never be clean again. I didn't feel like the victim anymore. I felt like the final chapter. And they had no idea. They had written it themselves. So if you're wondering how a marriage ends with a scream, a man on the floor, and a bed full of consequences, let me take you back to the first lie. The one that was so obvious. It should have insulted me more than it did. If you had asked me 3 months earlier whether I was happy, I would have said yes, not enthusiastically. Not the kind of yes that comes with laughter or excitement, but the quiet kind. The kind built on routine, stability, familiarity, and maybe that was my first mistake, confusing comfort with connection. I was 41, working long hours running my home automation consulting business. Most of my days were spent installing security systems, configuring smart homes, helping people feel safe inside spaces they trusted. 12-hour days weren't unusual, sometimes 14, especially with the mortgage we carried on our suburban house in Millbrook, a place with a lawn so perfectly trimmed it looked like it belonged in a magazine, and a payment plan that kept me constantly chasing the next job. Ethan, my husband, was 39, a social media manager for Pinnacle Realty. His entire world revolved around creating the illusion of perfection. Luxury homes, staged lighting, curated smiles. He knew exactly how to make something look desirable, even when the reality underneath was far less impressive. At the time, I didn't realize how much that applied to our marriage, too. He was still handsome. The kind of handsome that made strangers glance twice at the grocery store. His hair always styled just right. Workout clothes that looked effortless, but cost more than my monthly car payment. He carried himself with confidence, the kind that drew people in. And for years, I had been proud to stand next to him. We met in our late 20s, a mutual friend's dinner party. He had laughed at something I said, something stupid, honestly, And instead of the polite smile most people gave, he leaned in and said, "No, wait, say that again. I want to make sure it was really that bad." That was Ethan. Sharp, playful, warm in a way that made you feel chosen. We dated for 2 years, married after that, built a life that from the outside looked solid. There were no dramatic fights, no screaming matches, no obvious fractures, just small shifts, subtle changes that didn't feel like warnings at the time, more like weather, something passing, something temporary. His relationship with my family had always been polite. He wasn't particularly close to my younger sister Jennifer, but he never needed to be. They coexisted during holidays, exchanged gifts, smiled for photos. My parents liked him, said he was refined, said I had done well. Looking back now, I wonder if what they really meant was he knew how to perform, because Ethan had always been good at that, performing. Smiling when needed, saying the right things, creating the right image. And somewhere along the way, I stopped asking whether what we had was real or just well-maintained. The first real shift came so quietly, I almost missed it. It wasn't a fight. It wasn't distance. It wasn't even silence. It was energy. He started coming home different, lighter, brighter, like something in his day had filled him in a way I no longer did. At first, I thought it was work, a new project, a promotion maybe. But when I asked, he brushed it off with a casual shrug. "Just feeling good lately," he said one night, tossing his keys onto the counter. "You know, trying to take care of myself more." I remember smiling, encouraging him. "Good," I said. "You deserve that." And I meant it. I always wanted him to feel happy. I just didn't realize I was no longer part of what made him feel that way. There were little things, tiny details that didn't add up, but didn't seem important enough to question. He spent more time on his phone, laughed at messages he didn't share, started paying more attention to how he looked before leaving the house, even for things he used to treat casually. But none of it screamed betrayal. Not yet. If anything, it looked like self-improvement, growth. And what kind of partner questions that? So I didn't. I trusted him. Because for 15 years, trust had never been something I needed to think about. That was my second mistake. Because the truth is, the moment you stop paying attention to the small changes is the moment they start becoming something bigger, something irreversible. And by the time I finally realized that, he was already gone. I just didn't know it yet. The first red flag didn't look like betrayal. It looked like discipline. Ethan, who used to complain about walking to the mailbox on a hot day, suddenly became committed to the gym. It started casually. "I'm thinking of getting back into shape," he said one evening, tying his hair back as he stood in front of the mirror. "I've been feeling sluggish." I barely looked up from my laptop. "That's good," I said. "You've been working a lot. Might help clear your head." He smiled at my reflection. Soft. Easy. Exactly. And that should have been it. A healthy habit. A normal change. But then it became structured. Tuesday and Thursday. Always at 7 p.m. Always the same routine. He'd leave just after dinner, dressed in sleek workout sets that looked more like something out of a fashion campaign than a gym outfit. And he'd come home glowing, cheeks flushed, eyes brighter, energy humming under his skin, like he had just stepped out of something exhilarating. "Great session?" I asked one night as he walked in, tossing his bag onto the chair. He laughed lightly, brushing a strand of hair back. "Amazing. My trainer is incredible. She really knows how to push me." Something about the way he said push me made my stomach tighten. Not enough to accuse, not enough to confront, just enough to notice. "You should come with me sometime," he added, walking past me toward the kitchen. "Couples who work out together stay together." I let out a small breath through my nose. "Maybe," I said, but I didn't go. And looking back, I think part of me already knew I wouldn't like what I saw. Then came the name. Victoria. His boss. The one who drove a black BMW X7 and wore tailored suits that probably cost more than most people's rent. I had met her exactly twice. Once at a company Christmas party where she barely acknowledged me, her handshake distracted, her eyes already scanning the room for someone more important. And once, when she showed up at our house on a Sunday afternoon to pick Ethan up for what he called a client emergency, I remember watching from the doorway as he slipped on his shoes, his movements quick, almost eager. Victoria didn't get out of the car. She just waited. Engine running, like she knew he would come. That day stayed with me longer than I expected. Not because of anything obvious, but because of how natural it all felt to him. Like he had done it before. Like it wasn't unusual. The second red flag came in silence. A small bottle, hidden behind his skincare products in the bathroom cabinet. Tom Ford Noir, still in the box. Receipt tucked neatly underneath. $300. I held it in my hand longer than I should have. Turned it over. Opened it slightly. The scent was strong, deep, intimate. Not the kind of fragrance someone buys for himself and forgets to wear. Not the kind of scent that belongs in a drawer, unopened. When he came home that night, I asked, kept my voice neutral. Casual. Hey, what's this? He barely glanced at it. Oh, that? He said, setting his phone down on the counter. The guys at work got it for me. You know how they are, always into expensive stuff. He didn't look at me when he said it, just reached past me to grab a glass. Conversation over. And I let it go. Because again, it wasn't proof. Just something that didn't sit right. The third red flag wasn't about him. It was about someone I trusted. Evan Carter. My best friend since college. We'd been through everything together. Breakups, job changes, late-night conversations that stretched until sunrise. He worked as a bartender at Alley's, a downtown spot where everyone knew everyone's business. If something was happening in this town, Evan probably knew about it before anyone else. He had always been my reality check, the one who called things as they were, the one who helped me catch a cheating boyfriend back in college by literally staking out his apartment for 3 nights straight. So when things with Ethan started feeling off, I went to him. We sat at the bar one evening, the low hum of conversation around us, glasses clinking in the background. I don't know, I said, staring into my drink. Something's changed. He's different. Evan wiped down the counter slowly, too slowly. You're probably overthinking it, he said. People go through phases, new routines, new energy. It happens. I frowned. That's not like you, he shrugged. Maybe I've grown up. It didn't sit right. Not just what he said, but how he said it. There was no curiosity, no questions, no instinct to dig deeper, just dismissal. The kind that felt rehearsed. Over the next few weeks, I noticed more. Little things. Evan asking oddly specific questions about my schedule. When I'd be home. When I'd be working late. When I'd be out of town. At the time, I told myself it was nothing. Just conversation. Just habit. But now, thinking back, it felt like data collection, and the space between all these moments began to fill with something heavier. The house felt different, quieter, not peaceful, just empty in a way that didn't match the number of people living in it. We still ate dinner together, still talked, still functioned like a couple, but something underneath it all had shifted, like the foundation had cracked, and we were both pretending not to hear it. The truth didn't hit me all at once. It built, piece by piece, until one evening in October, everything stopped being subtle and started becoming undeniable. The moment I stopped guessing was the moment I saw it with my own eyes. It was a Thursday evening in October. The air was cool, sharp enough to wake you up, and I was finishing an installation job at the Henderson's house next door. Motion sensors, cameras, the usual setup. The kind of work I had done hundreds of times without thinking. Routine. Safe. Predictable. Until it wasn't. I was packing up my tools when I saw it. A white Lexus, Ethan's car, turning slowly down the street. At first, I didn't think anything of it. He lived there after all. But then, he didn't turn into our driveway. He kept going, 2 houses down, 3. And then he pulled into a driveway I recognized immediately, Victoria's house. I knew it because I had installed her entire home automation system 6 months earlier, back when she was just my husband's slightly arrogant boss who liked to explain technology to the person she hired to install it. I froze, tool in hand, my brain trying to catch up with what my eyes were already confirming. He parked, sat there for a moment, then looked around. Not casually, not absent-mindedly, but carefully, like someone checking if they were being watched. My chest tightened. I crouched slightly behind the Hendersons' fence without even realizing I was doing it. Then he got out of the car, closed the door quietly, walked up to Victoria's front door, and didn't knock. He reached into his bag, pulled something out, and unlocked it. A key. He had a key. The sound that left my body wasn't a gasp. It was something quieter, something heavier, like the air had been knocked out of me from the inside. I stood there for longer than I should have, watching a door that had already closed, waiting for something to change, for it to make sense, for my mind to catch up and offer me an explanation that didn't feel like betrayal. But nothing came, just silence, and a realization that sat cold in my stomach. This wasn't new. This wasn't accidental. This was routine. I packed up my tools with hands that didn't feel like mine. Every movement mechanical, slow, deliberate, like I was trying not to set something off inside myself. 20 years in the Army had taught me patience, control, how to sit with discomfort without reacting. But this felt like holding a live grenade in my chest and not knowing when it would go off. I drove home. The house felt exactly the same, everything in its place. Dinner dishes in the sink, a faint scent of his perfume still lingering in the hallway. I opened a beer, sat at the kitchen table, and waited. Time stretched in a way that didn't feel real. Every minute heavier than the last. Every sound sharper, louder. Until finally, at 10:30 p.m., I heard the garage door open, his footsteps, the familiar rhythm of his keys hitting the counter. He walked into the kitchen like nothing had happened, like he hadn't just stepped out of another life. His hair was slightly messy, his cheeks flushed. That same glow he always came home with after his so-called workouts. He leaned down, pressed a light kiss to my cheek. "I had an amazing session tonight," he said casually, already moving toward the stairs. "Really pushed myself." I swallowed slowly, forced my voice to stay even. "That sounds intense." He laughed, soft, breathless. Oh, it was. Then he disappeared upstairs, and I sat there, staring at nothing, listening to the sound of the shower turning on, water hitting tile, as if that sound alone could wash away everything I had just seen. But it couldn't, because now I knew. Not suspected, not questioned, knew. And knowing changes everything. I didn't confront him that night, didn't yell, didn't throw anything, didn't demand answers, because something inside me had shifted quietly, permanently. This wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't a phase. It wasn't something that could be talked through over dinner. This was betrayal, calculated, repeated, comfortable. And if I had learned anything from my time in the Army, it was this. You don't react in the middle of chaos. You observe. You gather information. And when you act, you make sure it counts. That night, I went down to my workshop, sat in the dim light, surrounded by equipment I had spent years installing for other people. Cameras, motion sensors, recording devices, tools designed to reveal the truth. My hands rested on the table, still, calm, but my mind was already moving, planning. Because if Ethan was going to bring another person into my home, into my bed, then I wasn't going to guess anymore. I was going to see everything, hear everything. And when the time came, they wouldn't be able to deny a single thing. That was the night my marriage ended. Not with a fight, not with tears, but with a decision. And once I made it, there was no going back. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I lay in bed beside him, staring at the ceiling, while his breathing settled into that slow, even rhythm of someone completely at peace, completely unaware, or maybe completely unbothered. Every small movement felt amplified. The shift of the mattress when he turned, the brush of his arm against mine, the quiet exhale of his breath against my shoulder. 15 years, and somehow, lying inches away from him, I had never felt further. My mind replayed the image over and over again. The way he looked around before getting out of the car, the key, the way he walked into her house like he belonged there. And the worst part wasn't even what I imagined happened after that. It was how natural it had all seemed, how practiced. Like I wasn't losing him. I had already lost him a long time ago. I just hadn't noticed. At some point, I got out of bed, careful not to wake him, walked quietly down the hallway and into my workshop. The space smelled faintly of metal and dust. Familiar. Grounding. I sat at the workbench, staring at the equipment laid out in front of me. Cameras, sensors, audio devices, tools I had installed in hundreds of homes. Tools meant to give people peace of mind. Now, I was about to use them for something else entirely. My reflection in the dark screen of a monitor caught my eye. I looked calm, too calm. And that scared me more than anything, because anger would have been easier. Anger burns fast. It pushes you to act, to explode. But this was something colder, more controlled. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table. What did you miss? I whispered to myself. The question hung in the air, heavy, unanswered. Had he been unhappy for years? Had I been too focused on work, too distracted, too comfortable? I thought about the late nights, the long hours, the times I said, we'll spend time together this weekend, and then didn't. The conversations I cut short because I was tired, because I assumed there would always be more time. A part of me wanted to believe that this was somehow my fault, that if I had just paid more attention, been more present, things would be different. But then another memory surfaced, his voice. Clear. Sharp, from just a few hours earlier. I really pushed myself tonight. The way he smiled, the ease of the lie, and something inside me hardened. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a moment of weakness. This was a choice, repeated, comfortable. And I was done taking responsibility for choices he made without me. The next morning, I moved like everything was normal. Coffee, breakfast, casual conversation. He sat across from me, scrolling through his phone, completely at ease. You're up early, he said, not looking up. Work, I replied. Always a safe answer. He nodded, distracted, then smiled slightly at something on his screen. A private smile, one that didn't belong to me. I watched him for a moment, really watched him. The way his fingers moved across the phone, the way his lips curved just slightly, the way he ran a hand through his hair when he was focused. Details I had seen 1,000 times before. But now, they felt different, detached, like I was observing someone else's life. You okay? He asked suddenly, glancing up. For a second, our eyes met, and I wondered if he could see it. The shift, the distance, but I smiled. Small. Controlled. Yeah, I said, just tired. He studied me for half a second longer, then nodded. Don't work too hard, he said, standing up and grabbing his bag. And just like that, he was gone. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and the house fell silent. I stood there for a moment, listening, waiting, as if something might change, as if this might still be salvageable. But deep down, I already knew there was nothing left to fix, only something left to finish. That was the moment I stopped being a wife trying to save a marriage and became someone preparing for the truth. I spent the rest of the morning installing the first camera. Small, hidden, tucked behind a row of old books on the bedroom shelf, angled carefully, precise. A motion sensor under the nightstand, programmed to send alerts directly to my phone. An audio recorder placed inside the bedside lamp. Every movement deliberate, every decision calculated. And with each device I installed, something inside me settled. Not because it made me feel better, but because it made things clear. No more guessing. No more doubt, just facts, evidence, truth. And if I was wrong, if this was all in my head, then I would remove everything quietly, apologize to the universe for my suspicion, and move on. But if I wasn't, if what I saw that night was only the beginning, then I would be ready, completely. And this time, I wouldn't be the one left in the dark. Waiting is a kind of torture no one really prepares you for, not the loud kind. Not the dramatic, restless pacing you see in movies. No. This was quieter, slower, the kind that settles into your bones and stays there. Every time my phone buzzed with a motion alert, my heart slammed against my ribs so hard it almost hurt. And every time, it was nothing. Ethan getting dressed, opening the closet, looking for something on the nightstand, normal life, captured, recorded, archived like evidence in a case I wasn't ready to fully open yet. At first, I told myself I wouldn't check everything, that I would only look if something felt off. But that didn't last. Because once doubt enters your life, it doesn't sit quietly in the corner. It grows. It whispers. It demands answers. And I gave in. I started watching, listening. Not obsessively at first, just enough to confirm what I already suspected. Tuesday and Thursday nights stopped being gym nights. They became patterns, predictable, consistent. I followed him once, carefully. Not close enough to be seen, just enough to confirm what my mind had already accepted. His car didn't go to the gym. It went to Victoria's house. And every time I watched the garage door close behind his car, it felt like something inside me was being swallowed whole. The first real proof came in November, a Thursday night, 8:15 p.m. I had told him I was going to meet Evan for poker, just like I had every week for years. Routine. Reliable. Safe. Except that night, I wasn't at poker. I was sitting in my car 3 blocks away from Victoria's house, watching, waiting, trying to understand how long this had been happening right under my nose. That's when my phone buzzed. Motion detected. Location. Bedroom. For a second, everything inside me went cold. Not fear. Not shock. Just cold. Like my body had shut down everything unnecessary so I could focus. I started the car immediately, drove home faster than I should have. Every red light felt like an insult. Every second stretched thin. When I pulled into the driveway, the house was dark, too quiet. No cars, no lights upstairs, nothing. For a moment, I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe the system malfunctioned. Maybe. But I already knew. I walked inside, slowly, closed the door behind me, and went straight to my workshop. My hands were steady, too steady. I sat down at my laptop, opened the footage, scrolled back, 8:16 p.m., and there it was, clear, undeniable. Ethan and Victoria in my bedroom, on my bed, the same bed I had slept in the night before, the same sheets I had washed, the same space I had believed was ours. I didn't breathe, didn't move, just watched. The audio came through perfectly, too perfectly. You're so much better than her. Ethan's voice, light, almost amused, like this was entertainment, like I was nothing more than a joke they shared. Victoria laughed, a sharp, careless sound. She has no idea what she's missing. And something inside me didn't break. It shifted because I had prepared for the betrayal. The physical part, I had seen that coming. But the cruelty, the ease of it, the way they reduced 15 years of my life to a punchline, that cut deeper than I expected. I watched until the end, every second, every word. Because if I was going to face this, I wasn't going to look away. When it was over, I sat there in silence. The room felt smaller, heavier. Like the air itself had changed. I copied the footage once. Twice, 3 times, external drives, cloud storage, USB sticks hidden in places only I knew, redundancy, security, control, By the time I was done, it was past 2 a.m. I walked into the kitchen, poured myself a glass of whiskey, then another. Sat at the table and stared at nothing. The house was silent, peaceful, almost mocking. Because somewhere else, they were finishing what they started in my home, and I was sitting there, planning, not reacting, not exploding, planning. The next morning, Ethan came downstairs like always, bright, relaxed, radiating that same post-workout energy. He buttered his toast, humming softly under his breath. "She's really pushing me lately," he said casually, "trying new positions, new routines. I didn't know I could be this flexible." For a split second, my hand tightened around my coffee cup, heat pressing into my palm, but I didn't react. Didn't give him anything. "That sounds intense," I said calmly. He laughed. "Oh, it is. Sometimes I can barely walk afterward." He leaned over, pressed a kiss to my forehead. Soft, familiar, almost affectionate. "You should meet her sometime," he added. "I think you'd like her." I looked at him, really looked at him. And for the first time, I didn't see my husband. I saw someone who could lie without hesitation, someone who could look me in the eye and build a reality that didn't exist. That afternoon, I called Evan, asked him to meet me at Allie's. I needed to understand something, needed to hear his voice, to see if I had imagined the distance. He listened as I told him everything. The car, the key, the footage, the audio, every detail. And he reacted exactly the way a best friend should. Shock, anger, disbelief. But something underneath it all didn't feel right. His suggestions were soft. "Careful, maybe you should just talk to him," he said, wiping down the same glass for the third time. "People mess up. Doesn't mean it's over." I stared at him. He's been sleeping with his boss in my bed for months. He avoided my eyes. "I'm just saying, divorce gets messy, expensive. Maybe there's another way." Old Evan wouldn't have said that. Old Evan would have been furious, would have helped me figure out how to expose them, how to confront them. This version felt like he was trying to slow me down. And that bothered me more than I wanted to admit, because suddenly it didn't feel like I was dealing with just one betrayal. It felt like something bigger, something layered. And if that was true, then I wasn't just reacting to a broken marriage anymore. I was standing in the middle of something far more calculated, and I needed to be smarter than all of them, because whatever came next wasn't going to be simple. There's a moment when everything you thought you understood about your life collapses into something unrecognizable. Not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly. Like a structure giving way from the inside. For me, that moment didn't happen when I saw the footage. It didn't happen when I heard him laugh with her. It happened later, alone, in the dark, sitting on the kitchen floor with my back against the cabinets, a glass of whiskey slipping loosely between my fingers. I don't even remember how long I had been there. Minutes, hours. Time didn't feel real anymore. The house was silent, too silent. The kind of silence that presses against your ears until it feels like pressure building inside your skull. And for the first time since all of this started, I let myself feel it. Not the anger, not the control, the loss. 15 years, gone. Not slowly, not gently, but completely, rewritten behind my back while I was still living inside it. I closed my eyes and memories came, not as comfort, but as contrast. Ethan laughing in our kitchen years ago, barefoot, dancing while something burned on the stove, his hand reaching for mine in the car without looking, the way he used to fall asleep with his head against my shoulder. All of it felt real. And that was the hardest part, because it meant this wasn't always broken. At some point, we had been something worth fighting for. So when did it change? When did he stop choosing me? And more importantly, why didn't I see it? A part of me wanted to go upstairs, wake him up, demand answers, force him to explain how he could stand in front of me every day and pretend nothing was happening. But another part of me, the part that had been quietly observing everything, stopped me. Because what would that change? He would lie, or cry, or apologize, or blame me. And none of that would undo what I had already seen. None of that would erase the sound of his voice saying, "She has no idea what she's missing." I let out a slow breath. My chest felt tight. Not like I was about to cry, more like something inside me had shut down. And in that stillness, a different kind of realization settled in. This wasn't just betrayal. This was strategy, the consistency, the secrecy, the timing, the way he moved between two lives without hesitation. That wasn't impulse. That was planning. And suddenly, everything felt heavier, more intentional, more dangerous. Because if he could lie like that, if he could maintain something like that for months, then what else had he been doing? What else had I missed? I thought about Evan. His strange behavior, the way he had dismissed my concerns, the way he had asked about my schedule, where I'd be, when I'd be home. At the time, it felt like nothing. Now, it felt like something else entirely. And that thought, that possibility, hit harder than anything else. Because losing a partner hurts. But losing trust in someone who has known you for half your life, that's something deeper, something colder. I stood up slowly, walked to the sink, set the glass down with more care than necessary. My hands were steady again, too steady. That calm had returned, the same calm I felt the night I installed the cameras. And I realized something in that moment. I had reached the bottom. This was it. The lowest point, the place where there were no more illusions left to break, no more hope left to lose. And strangely, that made everything clearer. Because when there's nothing left to protect, there's nothing left to fear. I walked back to the workshop, turned on the light, sat down at the table, and opened my laptop again. Not to watch, not to relive anything, but to review, to analyze, to connect the pieces. If this was bigger than just an affair, if there was something else happening underneath all of this, then I was going to find it. Every detail, every inconsistency, every pattern. Because I wasn't going to leave this broken and confused. I was going to leave this knowing and who had helped do it. That night, I didn't feel like a victim anymore. I didn't feel like a wife. I didn't even feel like myself. I felt like someone standing at the edge of something irreversible. And for the first time, I wasn't wondering what I had lost. I was asking a different question. Who else had been involved? The truth, it slipped in. Quiet. Precise. Like it had been waiting for me to finally look in the right place. 3 days after that night on the kitchen floor, I found, or maybe I stopped ignoring it. It's a timestamp. I was reviewing footage, not the bedroom this time, but the hallway camera. A habit I had developed without even realizing it. Rewinding. Looking for patterns. And then I saw him, Evan, walking into my house. Calm. Casual. Like he belonged there. The date hit me immediately. I hadn't been home that day. I was out on a job across town. I leaned closer to the screen, watched as he moved through the hallway, glanced around briefly, then walked straight into my office. No hesitation, no confusion. He knew exactly where he was going. My pulse slowed. Not faster, slower. That same cold clarity settling in again. I pulled up another clip. Different day. Different time. There he was again. Same pattern. Entering when I wasn't home. Moving through the house like it was familiar territory. Opening drawers. Stopping at my desk. Taking pictures. I didn't react. Didn't curse. Didn't slam anything. I just kept watching. Clip after clip. Day after day. Until it wasn't a coincidence anymore. It was routine. And then came the audio. I wasn't even looking for it. It was buried in a file from one of the devices I had set up near the living room. Something I installed out of instinct, not necessity. At first, it was just background noise, shuffling, movement, a chair scraping lightly against the floor. Then, voices, Evan and Ethan, clear, unfiltered, planning. "You need to keep her distracted," Ethan said, his tone low but steady. "If she starts digging, this gets complicated." Evan let out a quiet laugh. "She trusts me. She always has. I'll handle it." Something inside my chest tightened, but I didn't stop the recording. I let it play. "We just need a little more time," Victoria's voice joined in, calm, calculated. "Once the financial review is done, we move forward. Clean. Controlled." Financial review. The words echoed in my head. Ethan spoke again. "She's been working nonstop. If we push the narrative that she's unstable, overworked, it'll hold." Unstable. Overworked. I sat back slowly in my chair. The air in the room felt different, thicker, like everything had just shifted into focus. This wasn't just an affair. This wasn't just betrayal. This was a plan, a coordinated, deliberate plan, piece by piece, to take the house, the business, the savings, to leave me with nothing but a story no one would believe. And Evan, my best friend, had been part of it, not reluctantly, not accidentally, willingly. I paused the audio. Silence filled the room again, but it wasn't the same silence as before. This one had weight, clarity, finality. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the screen. Every strange conversation, every odd question, every moment that didn't feel right. It all made sense now. He hadn't been dismissing my concerns because he thought I was wrong. He had been controlling the narrative, slowing me down, keeping me exactly where they needed me to be. Unaware, unprepared, vulnerable. A slow breath left my lungs, and for the first time since all of this started, I felt something shift inside me. Not pain, not anger. Something stronger, understanding, because now I wasn't reacting to betrayal anymore. I was looking at a strategy, and strategies can be broken. I stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the quiet street. Everything looked the same. Neighbors going about their lives, cars passing, normal, unchanged. But inside me, everything had realigned. They thought I was weak. They thought I was distracted. They thought I would react emotionally, make mistakes, lose control. They were wrong. Because what they didn't realize was that I had already been trained for this. Years in the Army had taught me how to read patterns, how to anticipate moves, how to stay calm when everything around me was collapsing, and most importantly, how to wait for the right moment. I turned back toward the workshop, my eyes landing on the laptop, on the files, on the proof. I had everything I needed now, not just to defend myself, but to take control of the situation completely. And in that moment, the question stopped being, what did they do to me? And became, what am I going to do with what I know? A slow, steady breath filled my chest, then left just as evenly. The answer came easily. I wasn't going to confront them. Not yet. I wasn't going to argue, or explain, or beg for anything. I was going to let them believe that their plan was working, that I was still in the dark, still confused, still behind. And when the time came, I wouldn't just expose them. I would make sure they understood exactly what it felt like to lose everything, all at once. The strange thing about power is that it doesn't feel loud. It doesn't come with shouting or dramatic gestures. It settles in quietly, like certainty. And by the time Friday night arrived, I felt it. Cold, controlled, unshakable. I had spent the entire week preparing, not emotionally, logistically. Every camera checked, every audio device tested, every file backed up in multiple places. No gaps, no mistakes. Because this time, I wasn't reacting. I was orchestrating. Friday afternoon, I made the calls. First to Ethan. I softened my voice. Let it sound tired, defeated. We need to talk, I said, about everything. The house, the divorce. I don't want this to drag out. There was a pause. Then I heard it. That subtle shift in his tone. Satisfaction. Finally, he said. I was wondering how long it would take you. I closed my eyes briefly. Steady. I just want to end this clean, I added. Come by tonight, 8. He agreed immediately. Of course he did. To him, this was the final step, the moment everything he had planned would fall into place. Then I called Evan. I let a hint of hurt slip into my voice. I know what you did, I said quietly, but I get it. The pressure, the money, Jennifer's situation. I understand more than you think. Silence. Heavy. Then, Naomi, It's fine, I cut in gently. Just come tonight. Let's finish this like adults. He exhaled slowly. Relief. He believed me. That was all I needed. By evening, everything was ready. The house was clean, orderly. Almost you wouldn't have guessed what was about to happen inside it. Ethan arrived first. Right, he looked polished, confident, dressed like he was walking into a negotiation he had already won. He carried a folder. Of course, papers, numbered, prepared arguments. He stepped into the living room and glanced around like he still owned the space. Where's Evan? He asked, setting his bag down. On his way, I said. Victoria arrived 10 minutes later. Suit, briefcase, composure carefully constructed. She didn't greet me, didn't acknowledge me beyond a brief glance. Just sat down like she was already in control of the room. Evan came last. Nervous, restless. His eyes moved between Ethan and me, trying to read something he couldn't quite understand. Good. That meant I was doing it right. We sat. The air between us was thick, not with tension, with expectation. Ethan opened his folder, spread the documents across the table. We've prepared a settlement, he said smoothly. Something fair for everyone. I looked down at the numbers. The house. Both cars. My business equipment. 70% of our savings. And in return, I got to walk away. Empty. Interesting. I let a small pause stretch, then nodded slowly. That's one way to do it, I said. He smiled faintly. I'm glad you see it that way. I leaned back in my chair, calm, measured. I do, I replied, but I have a counteroffer. All three of them looked up. I reached over, turned my laptop toward them, and pressed play. The first clip, Evan, walking into my house, opening drawers, taking photos. His face changed instantly, color draining. The second clip, audio. His voice, clear. Discussing strategies with Ethan, how to keep me distracted, how to control the narrative. The third clip, Ethan and Victoria, talking about finances, about how to position me as unstable, about taking everything. Silence filled the room. Not the comfortable kind, the kind that presses against your ears until it hurts. Ethan's hand froze mid-motion. Victoria's jaw tightened. Evan didn't move at all. You see, I said quietly, while you were planning my life, I was documenting yours. No, Evan whispered. You can't. I can, I said calmly, and I did. Ethan stood abruptly. This is illegal. I tilted my head slightly. Security cameras in my own home? Recording people who entered without permission? No, that's actually very legal. Victoria finally spoke. Low. Controlled. What do you want? I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I stood, walked to the window, and opened it. Cool air slipped into the room, along with something else. Voices. Footsteps. Because outside, exactly as I expected, people were already watching. Curious neighbors, drawn by the tension, by the raised voices they had started to hear. I turned back to the room and raised my voice just enough. Hey, if you're all listening anyway, you might as well come in. The reaction was immediate. What are you doing? Ethan hissed. Finishing this, I said simply. Within minutes, the living room filled. Mrs. Henderson first. Of course, followed by the Johnsons. Then the Martinez family. Curiosity spreads fast in a quiet neighborhood. And tonight, I give them something worth watching. I gestured toward the group behind me. Everyone, I said calmly, I'd like you to meet the people who have been working very hard to destroy my life. Ethan's face went pale. Victoria stepped forward slightly. Stop this. I ignored her. This is my husband, Ethan, I continued. His boss, Victoria, and my best friend, Evan. I turned the laptop toward the room and pressed play again. No edits, no filters, just truth. Raw, uncomfortable, undeniable. The room went quiet. Completely. The kind of silence that only happens when people are witnessing something they weren't meant to see, but can't look away from. Murmurs followed. Soft at first, then louder. Questions. Reactions. Judgment. Evan finally broke. Okay, you made your point, he said, his voice shaking. Just stop. I looked at him. Really looked at him. 20 years of friendship, reduced to this moment. What point would that be? I asked quietly. The part where you sold me out? Or the part where you helped them plan how to take everything I built? He didn't answer, because there was nothing left to say. I turned back to Ethan. And you, I said softly, you didn't just betray me. You tried to erase me. Tears were running down his face now, but they didn't move me. Not anymore. Victoria stepped forward again, angry now. This is harassment. I smiled slightly. No, I said. This is consequences. I let the silence settle, then spoke clearly. You're all leaving now. You drop everything, legal claims, financial demands, all of it, and you never contact me again. And if we don't? Victoria asked. I met her eyes. Then everything you just saw goes everywhere. Police, lawyers, public records. No hesitation, no bluff, just truth. They believed me because they had seen enough to know I wasn't playing. One by one, they left. Evan couldn't even look at me. Ethan hesitated for half a second at the door, like he wanted to say something. Explain. Apologize. But whatever words he had, they weren't enough. And he knew it. The door closed behind them. And just like that, it was over. The room slowly emptied. Neighbors whispering, glancing back, carrying the story with them into the night. And I stood there, in the middle of what used to be my life, finally alone, but for the first time, not broken. After the door closed, there was no dramatic silence, no collapse, no moment where I sank to the floor and cried, just stillness. The kind that feels unfamiliar at first. Like your body is waiting for something to happen, and nothing does. I stood in the middle of the living room for a long time, the same room where we had celebrated birthdays, hosted dinners, watched movies on quiet Sunday nights. Now it felt different, not ruined, just empty of meaning, like a stage after the actors have left. I walked slowly through the house, room by room, not looking for anything, just acknowledging. The kitchen where he used to laugh, the hallway where we passed each other 1,000 times without thinking, the bedroom. I paused at the doorway, didn't go in. I didn't need to. That space didn't belong to me anymore, not in the way it used to. And that was okay, because for the first time in months, I wasn't trying to hold on to something that was already gone. I went back downstairs, poured myself a glass of whiskey, the good kind, the one we used to save for special occasions. And I sat at the table, alone, but not lonely. That feeling, that quiet clarity, it wasn't what I expected. I thought I would feel anger, or grief, or even regret. But what I felt instead was release, because everything that had been hidden was now out in the open. There were no more questions, no more what ifs, no more lies waiting to be uncovered, just truth. Clean, sharp, final. Over the next few days, things moved quickly. Ethan didn't call, didn't text, didn't try to explain. And honestly, that told me everything I needed to know. Victoria disappeared just as fast. I heard through the neighborhood that her reputation had taken a hit. Quiet conversations, closed doors, business partners asking questions she couldn't easily answer. And Evan, that one lingered. Not in my life, but in my thoughts. Because losing a marriage hurts. But losing someone who knew you before you became who you are, that leaves a different kind of scar. Still, Even that faded. Not because it didn't matter, but because I refused to let it define what came next. A week later, I listed the house. Not out of desperation, out of choice. There was nothing left for me there except memories tied to a version of my life that no longer existed. I found a smaller place across town, closer to my sister Jennifer's bakery, closer to something real, something honest. Work picked up faster than I expected. Turns out, people trust someone who knows how to handle problems without falling apart, who stays calm under pressure, who finishes what they start. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't just working to maintain a life, I was building a new one, on my terms. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about it. Not with anger, not with pain, but with perspective. Because the truth is, they didn't destroy me. They revealed what needed to be let go. And there's a difference, a big one. If there's anything I've learned through all of this, it's this. Betrayal doesn't break you. It clarifies things. It shows you exactly who people are when they think you're not looking. And once you see that, really see it, you get to decide what you do next. You can stay. You can fight for something that no longer exists. Or you can walk away with your dignity intact, with your eyes open, with your future still yours to shape. That night, when everything fell apart, I thought I had lost everything. But standing here now, looking at a life I rebuilt piece by piece, I understand something I didn't before. I didn't lose anything that was truly mine. I just stopped holding on to what was never real to begin with. And honestly, that's the kind of ending. The lock clicked uselessly in my frozen fingers for the third time. Nothing. Just the sharp, merciless wind of a Maine February cutting through my coat, and the slow, suffocating realization that my husband had changed the locks without telling me. My name is Natalie Brewer, and that was the moment I understood, without fully understanding yet, that my marriage had already ended long before I was locked out of my own house. I stood there on the porch, my breath turning into white clouds in the darkness, staring at a door that used to open for me without question. My fingers were numb, my jaw clenched so tightly it hurt. Inside, the lights were on. The television flickered softly through the window, warm, inviting, alive. And I wasn't part of it anymore. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message from Daniel. Maybe next time you'll come home when I ask, instead of working late again. Sleep in your car. I read it twice, then a third time. The words didn't feel real at first, like they belonged to someone else's life. Someone else's marriage, not mine. Not after 15 years. Daniel, I whispered, my voice barely audible against the wind. I called him. Straight to voicemail. Again. Voicemail. Again. Nothing. 23 calls later, I stopped. Not because I accepted it, but because something inside me, something deeper than anger, deeper than pain, had gone quiet, cold. I looked back at the house, my house, the one I had helped build, decorate, maintain, the place where I had believed I was safe. And in that moment, I felt like a stranger standing outside someone else's life. I turned away slowly and walked next door, my boots crunching against frozen gravel. Mrs. Hennessy's porch light flickered on before I even knocked. "Natalie Brewer?" she said, opening the door, wrapping her robe tighter around herself. "What on earth are you doing out here at this hour?" I swallowed. Daniel changed the locks. The words tasted like something broken. I can't get into my own house. Her expression shifted. Not just concern. Something else. Something heavier. "Come in, dear," she said quietly. "You'll freeze out there." I stepped inside, into warmth that didn't belong to me, and I had no idea that this night, this cold, humiliating, silent betrayal was only the beginning. I used to believe my life was steady, not perfect, but real. My name is Natalie Brewer. I'm 40 years old, and for most of my adult life, I built things for a living. Not with my hands like Daniel, but with numbers, timelines, and systems. I worked as a project coordinator for a mid-sized construction firm. I managed deadlines, budgets, people who didn't always want to cooperate. I believed in structure, in reliability, in showing up. That belief extended into my marriage. I met Daniel Brewer 15 years ago at a community fundraiser. He was loud in a way that drew people in, confident, easy with laughter, the kind of man who made everyone feel like they mattered when he spoke to them. "You look like you're organizing the entire room just by standing in it," he had said to me, smiling. I remember raising an eyebrow. "Someone has to." He laughed. And just like that, we started. Back then, everything about him felt solid. He worked in construction, long hours, physical work that left his hands rough and his shoulders always slightly tense. He said he liked that I brought order to things. "You keep me grounded," he used to tell me. And I believed him. We built a life together, piece by piece. The house on Maple Street. The late-night dinners when he came home exhausted, boots heavy against the floor. Weekends where we sat on the couch, sharing silence that felt comfortable, not empty. I thought that was what marriage was supposed to feel like. Not fireworks, not chaos, but something steady, something you could lean on. But if I'm honest now, there were cracks. Small ones at first. Easy to ignore. Daniel didn't like how much I worked. "You're always late," he would say. Not angry exactly, just sharp around the edges. "I'm building something too," I would reply gently. "This matters to me." He'd shrug like that answer wasn't enough. Over time, those moments grew. Subtle shifts. He started making comments about my priorities, about how a wife should be home more, about how other women made it work. I remember one night clearly. "I just don't understand why you have to stay so late," he said, sitting at the kitchen table, barely touching his food. "Because deadlines don't move just because I want them to," I answered. He leaned back, studying me. "Or maybe you just don't want to be here." That one stayed with me because it wasn't loud. It wasn't a fight. It was quiet. And quiet things are harder to argue with. His family didn't help. His mother, Evelyn Brewer, had always been polite to me, smiling, welcoming, but there was always something underneath, something measuring. "You work a lot," she once said over dinner, folding her napkin neatly. "Daniel needs someone who's present." "I am present," I replied carefully. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Rachel, Daniel's coworker from the office, was different, too friendly, too comfortable. She came by often. At first, it made sense. Work conversations, quick visits. But over time, she stopped feeling like just a colleague. She laughed too easily at his jokes, stayed a little too long, looked at me like she was trying to figure something out. "You're lucky," she told me once, standing in my kitchen, sipping wine. "Daniel's a good man." I remember forcing a smile. I know. But something in the way she said it felt like a test. Still, I ignored it, because that's what you do when you believe in something. You explain things away. You smooth over discomfort. You tell yourself that long marriages go through phases, that distance is normal, that tension happens, that love adapts. And for 15 years, I adapted. I worked harder, tried to come home earlier, tried to listen more, argue less, tried to be the version of myself that would make everything easier. But now, standing in Mrs. Hennessy's warm living room, my fingers still tingling from the cold, I realized something I hadn't let myself see before. All those small moments, all those quiet doubts, they weren't random. They were warnings. And I had missed every single one. Mrs. Hennessy handed me a cup of coffee, watching me closely. "How long has this been going on?" she asked. I frowned slightly. "The lock? Tonight's the first time." She shook her head slowly. "No, dear," she said. "The other things." I felt my stomach tighten. "What other things?" She didn't answer right away, just looked at me, like she was deciding whether to tell me something that would change everything. And somehow, I already knew. Whatever she was about to say was going to break what little I had left. Mrs. Hennessy did not speak immediately. She lowered herself into her chair with the slow care of someone who understood the weight of what came next. The lamp beside her cast a soft yellow circle across the room, warming the faded floral upholstery, the stacks of old magazines, the framed photographs of children and grandchildren who no longer lived nearby. Everything around me felt domestic, safe, gentle. What she was about to say was none of those things. She wrapped both hands around her coffee cup and looked at me over the rim. "The men who visit when you're at work," she said quietly. "The cars in your driveway that don't belong to you. The gatherings in your house when you're pulling those long shifts. For a second, I just stared at her. I heard the words, but my mind refused to let them settle into meaning. What men? Her eyes softened in a way that made my skin prickle. Different ones, but Daniel's office friend Rachel is there often. And that real estate man, Damian Clark, he comes by a lot. Sometimes they bring others. My fingers tightened around the mug until my knuckles ached. No, I said automatically, almost under my breath. No, that's not... Not what? Not possible? Not Daniel? Not my life? Mrs. Hennessy kept her voice calm, but there was no uncertainty in it. I'm sorry, Natalie. I thought you knew. After a while, I told myself maybe you had some sort of arrangement. People have all kinds of marriages these days. But when I saw you out there tonight, locked out in this weather, she paused. I realized maybe you didn't know anything at all. A strange ringing started in my ears. I looked toward her window. From where I sat, I could see part of my house through the darkness. Warm light glowed behind the curtains. Familiar light, my lamp, my living room, my marriage wearing its normal face. Inside that ordinary picture, something rotten had apparently been growing for months. How long? I asked. Her answer came too fast. Months. The room seemed to tilt. Months? I repeated, and my own voice sounded far away to me. She nodded slowly. Usually in the afternoons, sometimes earlier, sometimes they stay late. Daniel plays music loud enough to shake the windows. I've seen people laughing, drinking, men arriving separately, leaving separately. And there were times, she hesitated, times when things looked wrong. I swallowed hard. What kind of wrong? Her mouth tightened. The kind a woman remembers because she wishes she didn't. I stared at the steam rising from my cup. My chest felt hollow. I thought about every overtime shift, every late meeting, every evening I had rushed home guilty because Daniel had sounded annoyed on the phone. You're never here, Natalie. You care more about work than your marriage. I can't keep eating alone every night. Those words had made me feel selfish, neglectful, ashamed. And while I was carrying that shame around like a stone in my chest, he had been opening our front door to strangers. I put the cup down carefully because my hands had started shaking. What exactly have you seen? Mrs. Hennessy looked uncomfortable, but she didn't look confused. That was somehow worse. I've seen women's shoes by the door that weren't yours, men in your living room, curtains not fully closed, Rachel taking photographs once. She looked away. And last week, I saw one of the men stumbling around your backyard in broad daylight. He looked disoriented, sick maybe. Rachel had to help him to his car. That made me look up sharply. At what time? A little after 3. 3 in the afternoon? Yes. I shook my head, trying to make it make sense. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe, she said. But the way she said it told me she did not believe that for a second. I stood up because sitting still was impossible now. My body was full of restless, electric panic. I crossed to the window, arms folded tightly over myself, staring at my own house as if I could see the truth by force. The porch I had swept last weekend. The curtains I had picked out. The front room where Daniel and I once sat with takeout containers in our laps, laughing at some terrible reality show neither of us admitted to liking. I remembered his hand on my knee, the casual warmth of it, the feeling of belonging. All at once, the memory turned bitter. Behind me, Mrs. Hennessy spoke again, softer this time. I should have said something sooner. I turned around. Why didn't you? She held my gaze, steady and unsentimental. Because marriages are dangerous places to step into from the outside. And because I am an old woman who has lived long enough to know that sometimes the truth angers the person who needs it most. I let out a breath that trembled on the way out. I wouldn't have been angry. Yes, she said gently, you would have. Maybe not at me, but at the idea, at what it meant. She was right. A month ago, even a week ago, I would have defended Daniel. I would have explained everything away with the fierce, embarrassed loyalty of a woman trying not to look foolish. Rachel is just a coworker. Damien is probably here for some paperwork. Those cars must belong to contractors. That music? Just a gathering. Just friends. Just harmless. That's how women like me get trapped. Not because we are weak, but because we are trained to interpret discomfort as misunderstanding, to give grace, to be reasonable, to stay composed while something quietly devours our peace. I sat back down, suddenly exhausted. And once I started looking backward honestly, I saw how many moments I had folded up and tucked away because they were inconvenient. The lipstick stain on a wine glass in the sink when I knew I had not been home all day. A perfume in the hallway once, sweet and unfamiliar, when Daniel kissed me hello and said I was imagining things. Rachel texting him late at night, his phone turned face down more often, his irritation whenever I asked simple questions. Even the way his mother had started watching me with that careful, pitying expression over the last few months. Had she known? Had all of them known? The humiliation came in waves, not just the betrayal itself, but the possibility that other people had seen the shape of my life more clearly than I had. Mrs. Hennessy set her cup down. There's something else. I forced myself to meet her eyes. What? She drew in a breath. The men don't always look fully steady when they leave. Not all of them, but enough that I noticed. A chill moved through me that had nothing to do with the weather outside. You think Daniel is doing something to them? I think, she said carefully, that whatever's happening in that house is uglier than an affair. The words settled deep. Uglier than an affair. That changed everything. Infidelity was one kind of wound. Brutal, humiliating, intimate. But this felt organized, deliberate, predatory. My heartbeat was so loud I could hear it. No, I whispered. But it no longer sounded like disbelief. It sounded like grief. Because some part of me had already started accepting that the man I married might not simply be unfaithful. He might be dangerous. I looked back toward the house again. The television light flickered against the curtains. I pictured Daniel on the couch, relaxed, comfortable, maybe messaging Rachel, maybe laughing at me standing outside in the cold. A strange calm moved through me then. Not peace. Not forgiveness. Something sharper, more useful. If what Mrs. Hennessy said was true, then crying tonight would not help me. Neither would pounding on the front door. Neither would begging. I had spent 15 years trying to keep my marriage stable by being rational, patient, and measured. Fine. Then I would use those same things now, just not to save him, to expose him. I turned back to Mrs. Hennessy. If I stay here tonight, I said slowly, will you tell me everything you remember? Dates, cars, times, who came and went? The corner of her mouth lifted. There was sadness in it, but also approval. I thought you might ask that. I nodded once, because I was done being the woman left outside her own life, waiting for someone else to decide what truth I was allowed to see. If Daniel wanted to play games, then he had forgotten one important thing about me. I was very good at paying attention once I knew where to look. And by the time dawn touched Maple Street the next morning, I was no longer just a wife in shock. I was a woman gathering evidence. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I lay in the narrow guest bed in Mrs. Hennessy's spare room, staring at the ceiling while the radiator clicked softly in the corner. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my front door refusing to open. I heard Daniel's message again. Sleep in your car. 15 years of marriage, reduced to that. But it wasn't just the humiliation anymore. It was what sat underneath it. The men. The cars. The afternoons. The word that wouldn't leave my mind. Ugly. By 5 a.m, I gave up pretending to rest. I sat up, wrapped my arms around myself, and made a decision. I needed to see it. Not hear about it. Not imagine it. See it. When I came downstairs, Mrs. Hennessy was already in the kitchen, pouring coffee like this was just another ordinary morning. "You're up early," she said, glancing at me. "I didn't sleep." She nodded, unsurprised. "Of course you didn't." I hesitated for a second, then said it. "I'm going back into the house." She paused, the coffee pot hovering mid-air. "Are you sure?" "No," I admitted, "but I need to know what I'm dealing with." She studied me carefully. Then she set the pot down and reached into a drawer. "I have something that might help." She handed me a small notebook, a pair of binoculars, and a thermos. I blinked. "You were prepared for this?" A faint smile touched her lips. "I've been watching that house for longer than you think, dear." Something in that sentence settled into me. I wasn't alone anymore. Not in this. By the time I crossed back into my yard, the sun had barely risen. The air still bit at my skin, but it didn't feel as sharp as the night before. Daniel's car was gone. Of course it was. He had gone to work or wherever he went when he wasn't pretending to be my husband. I stood in front of the door for a moment, the same door that had refused me hours ago. Then I reached into my bag and pulled out my spare key, my emergency key, the one I had insisted on keeping years ago, just in case. The irony didn't escape me. The lock turned easily this time. The door opened, and I stepped inside. The warmth hit me first, then the smell. Not wrong, not obvious, but not right either. Something faintly sweet mixed with alcohol. Something that didn't belong to a quiet home. I closed the door behind me slowly. The house looked normal at first glance. Too normal. The couch was in place. The television remote sat neatly on the table. A blanket folded over the armrest. But when I stepped further in, I saw it. The chairs, pulled into a loose circle. Not how we left them. Not how I would ever arrange them. Like a space meant for gathering, for watching, for something that required positioning. My stomach tightened. I moved into the kitchen. 4 wine glasses sat in the sink. 4. I hadn't been home. Daniel had told me he spent the evening alone. I reached out and touched one of the glasses. My fingers trembled. They weren't even trying to hide it, I whispered. I forced myself to keep going. Bedroom. That was where the truth would be. It always was. I pushed the door open slowly. Everything looked tidy, but again, too tidy. Like a staged version of a life. I stepped closer to the dresser, opened the top drawer. Nothing. Second drawer. Still nothing. Then I opened Daniel's nightstand. At first, it looked normal. Cables. Receipts. A half-used bottle of cologne. But behind it, tucked carefully toward the back, I found them. Small bottles, unmarked. My breath caught. I picked one up, turning it slowly in my hand. The label had been scratched off. Another bottle, another. My heart started pounding so hard it hurt. No, I whispered. No, no, no. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and started searching. Descriptions. Shapes. Colors. And then the words appeared on the screen. Rohypnol. Ambien. Xanax. My knees went weak. I sat down on the edge of the bed because the room suddenly felt too small, too tight, too real. This isn't an affair. The realization hit me all at once. This was something else entirely. Something calculated. Something planned. Something that involved control. And suddenly, Mrs. Hennessy's words made terrifying sense. The men who looked disoriented. The early afternoons. The loud music. I stood up again, forcing myself to breathe. Keep going, Natalie, I said out loud. Don't stop now. I checked the closet. There were clothes that weren't mine. Women's clothing. Different sizes. Different styles. Not guests. Not visitors. Not normal. Evidence. Then I found the cologne. Not Daniel's. Stronger, sharper, male, and not just one, multiple. I felt something inside me shift, not break. Not yet, but shift from confusion to clarity. I raised my phone and started taking pictures. Every drawer, every bottle, every item that didn't belong. If this was what I thought it was, then I needed proof, not emotion, not accusations. Proof. My phone rang suddenly, making me flinch. Carlos, my coworker, my closest friend. I stared at the screen for a second, then answered. Natalie, you sound terrible, he said immediately. I think I have food poisoning, I replied automatically. The lie came out smoothly, too smoothly. There was a pause. Then he said quietly, what's really going on? I closed my eyes. Then I said it. Carlos, I need you to tell me the truth. Have you heard anything about Daniel? About things happening at my house? Silence. Too long. My stomach dropped. Natalie, he said slowly, there's talk. My grip tightened on the phone. What kind of talk? At Murphy's bar. Some guys have been saying they've been to parties at your place. My chest tightened. What kind of parties? Another pause. Then quieter. The kind where married men go to forget they're married. I swallowed. But that's not the worst part, he continued. Cold dread spread through me. What is? They don't remember everything. Some of them wake up in their cars or somewhere else, disoriented. My eyes drifted to the bottles on the nightstand, and everything inside me went still. How many men? I asked. At least 6 that I know of. 6. Maybe more. I ended the call slowly, set the phone down, and stood there in the middle of my bedroom, surrounded by evidence of something far darker than betrayal. I thought I knew what it meant to be hurt, to be cheated on, to be lied to, but this was something else. Something that didn't just destroy a marriage. It destroyed lives. And as I stood there, looking at the proof in my hands, I realized something with absolute certainty. I wasn't just dealing with a husband who had betrayed me. I was dealing with a man who had turned my home into a crime. I didn't scream. I didn't throw anything. I didn't collapse onto the floor in some dramatic, broken heap like people expect when everything falls apart. I stood there, in the center of my bedroom, holding my phone, breathing too slowly, too carefully. Like if I inhaled too deeply, something inside me would shatter beyond repair. This is real, I whispered to myself. The words felt strange in my mouth, because part of me, some small, desperate, foolish part, was still trying to soften it. Maybe it's not what it looks like. Maybe there's an explanation. Maybe Daniel. I stopped that thought immediately. No. Explanations did not come in unmarked bottles of sedatives. They did not hide behind scratched-off labels. They did not leave unfamiliar clothes in my closet and strange men's cologne on my nightstand. They did not create patterns of behavior that neighbors could track for months. I pressed my lips together, forcing the truth to settle where it belonged. This was deliberate. This was planned, and Daniel had chosen it. I sat down slowly on the edge of the bed, my hands resting on my knees. For a moment, I allowed myself to feel it. Not the anger. Not yet the grief. 15 years. 15 years of believing I was building something real, of defending him in conversations, of adjusting myself to fit into the life we were supposed to share, of ignoring the small discomforts because I trusted the bigger picture. I let out a quiet breath. I was wrong, I said softly. Not about everything. Not about love, but about him. That distinction mattered, because if I let myself believe I had been entirely foolish, then I would lose more than just my marriage. I would lose my sense of judgment, my ability to trust myself, and I refused to give him that too. My phone buzzed again. A message this time, from Daniel. You better not be making a scene about last night. We'll talk when you calm down. I stared at it. Then I laughed. It came out low and hollow, but it was real. Calm down, I repeated under my breath. He still thought this was about control, about punishment, about teaching me a lesson for working late. He had no idea what I had just found. And for the first time since this all started, that gave me an advantage. I stood up again, slower now, more deliberate. The shaking in my hands had eased. Not gone, but contained. I picked up my phone and continued taking pictures. Every angle. Every bottle, every detail. I opened drawers I hadn't checked yet, looked under the bed, behind books, inside closets. I wasn't searching anymore. I was documenting. There's a difference. One is driven by panic, the other by purpose. When I finished, I stood in the doorway of the bedroom and looked back one last time. This room had held so many versions of me. The woman who believed, the woman who adjusted, the woman who trusted. I could still feel her there, like a ghost I hadn't fully stepped out of yet. I'm sorry, I whispered. Not to Daniel. To her. Because she had deserved better. Then I closed the door. I went back to the living room and stood in the center of it, staring at the rearranged chairs, trying to imagine what had happened here. The laughter, the drinks, the music loud enough to drown out anything that might sound wrong. Men sitting where I stood now, trusting, relaxed, unaware. My stomach twisted. They trusted him too, I murmured. That thought changed something. This wasn't just about me. This wasn't just about a marriage. This was about people being used, controlled, exploited. And suddenly, my role shifted again, from victim to witness. I walked back into the kitchen and rinsed my hands under cold water watching them carefully. They looked steady now, stronger, more certain. Good. I needed that. Because the next step mattered. I picked up my phone and dialed Carlos again. He answered on the second ring. "Tell me you're not still at home," he said immediately. "I am," I replied. There was a pause. "Natalie, what did you find?" I didn't rush it. I let the silence stretch for a second before answering. "Enough to know this isn't just cheating." His tone changed instantly. "What do you mean?" I said slowly, Daniel is drugging people." The line went quiet. Completely. Then, what? "I found the pills. I found evidence. And what you told me, it matches." He exhaled sharply. "Jesus, Natalie. I need your help," I said. No hesitation. No question. "What do you need?" I looked around the house again. At the furniture. At the evidence. At the life that had been quietly twisted into something unrecognizable. "I need you to come here tonight," I said. "And I need you to bring people you trust." "For what?" I took a breath, then said it clearly. "To stop this." There was a beat. Then, "I'll be there." I hung up. And for the first time since the lock had refused to open the night before, I didn't feel powerless. I felt focused. I walked back to the door, stepped outside, locked it behind me. Not because I was afraid of what was inside anymore, but because I knew exactly what was inside. And tonight, I was going to walk back into that house, not as his wife, but as the person who was going to end whatever he had built there. By evening, everything inside me had sharpened. Not calmer, not softer. Sharper. Like every emotion, shock, grief, anger, had been melted down and reforged into something focused. Purpose does that. It burns away everything unnecessary. I spent the afternoon at Mrs. Hennessy's house, going over details, times, patterns, license plates she had written down over the months. "Rachel usually arrives first," she said, flipping through her small notebook. "Then Damien. The others come later." "And Daniel?" I asked. "He's always already inside." Of course he was. I nodded slowly, committing everything to memory. By 6 o'clock, we were in position. Upstairs in her bedroom, curtains slightly parted, lights off. The binoculars felt heavy in my hands. Below us, my house sat quietly, too quietly, like it was waiting. At 6:28, headlights swept across the driveway. A car pulled in. Rachel. Even from this distance, I recognized the way she moved. Quick, confident, like she belonged anywhere she stepped. She carried a bag that clinked softly as she walked to the door. Bottles. "Of course. She's early today," Mrs. Hennessy murmured. I didn't answer. I was watching the door. Rachel didn't knock. She let herself in. My jaw tightened. At 7:02, another car. Damien Clark. Same expensive coat. Same casual arrogance in the way he adjusted his sleeves before stepping onto my porch. He glanced around once, then went inside. At 7:40, 8:05, 8:17, more cars, more men. Some I recognized. Tom Patterson from 3 houses down. A man from the hardware store. Another from the office park where Daniel worked. They arrived separately, just like Mrs. Hennessy had said. No one wanted to be seen arriving together. That detail sat heavily in my chest because it meant secrecy. It meant intent. By 8:30, there were 5 cars in my driveway. 5. I raised the binoculars again. Through a narrow gap in the curtains, I could see into the living room. Music played. Not loud enough to reach us, but enough to see the rhythm of it in their movements. Laughter. Glasses raised. Daniel moved between them easily. Relaxed. Comfortable. Like this was normal. Like this was routine. Like this was his life. I felt something twist deep inside me, but it didn't pull me apart. It tightened me. Focused me. "There," Mrs. Hennessy whispered. I followed her gaze. Tom Patterson. He was sitting near the edge of one of the chairs. At first, he looked fine. Talking. Smiling. Then, something shifted. His posture slumped slightly. His head tilted. He blinked too slowly. I leaned closer, my breath catching. "Watch his hands," I whispered. They weren't steady. He reached for his glass again. Missed slightly. Corrected. Then tried to stand. His knees buckled. He sat back down, hard. My grip on the binoculars tightened. "She's doing it now," I said. My voice sounded calm, but it wasn't. It was controlled. There's a difference. Beside him, Rachel leaned in, saying something I couldn't hear. Daniel stood across the room, watching. Not concerned. Not surprised. Watching. Like he was waiting for it. For the effect. For the moment. A second man started rubbing his eyes. Another leaned back too heavily in his chair. The room was changing, and none of them knew it. I lowered the binoculars slowly. "They're already sedated." Mrs. Hennessy looked at me. "What are you going to do?" I didn't hesitate. "I'm ending it." I reached for my phone. Dialed Carlos. He picked up immediately. "We're outside," he said. "Me, Mike, Steve, we've got your back." I looked out the window. 3 men stood near the edge of the street, solid, steady, waiting. "Come to the front," I said. "I'll go through the back." "You sure?" "Yes." I hung up. Turned to Mrs. Hennessy. "Call the police," I said, "but not yet. Give me 5 minutes." She nodded once. "You be careful." I held her gaze for a second, then said quietly, "I will." I moved quickly. Down the stairs, out the back door, across the yard. Each step felt louder than it was. My heart pounded, but not wildly, rhythmically. Like it was keeping time with something inevitable. The back door. My key slid into the lock, turned, opened. I stepped inside. The smell hit me again. Wine. Something sweet. Something wrong. Voices filled the air. Laughter. Low music. And underneath it, something heavier. I moved forward. 1 step. 2. Then into the living room. And everything stopped. The scene was worse up close. 3 men slumped in chairs, barely conscious. Rachel moving between them, a phone in her hand. Camera open. Damien crouched near one of them, going through his wallet, taking pictures, credit cards, IDs. Systematic, efficient. Daniel stood near the center of it all, holding a glass, watching. My husband, the man I had built 15 years of life around. "Stop." My voice cut through the room. Everything froze. Rachel turned first, then Damien, then Daniel. His face shifted, fast. Surprise, annoyance, calculation. "Natalie," he said, "you're supposed to be at work." I stepped forward slowly. "I live here," I said. The words landed heavier than I expected, because suddenly, they weren't just about the house. They were about everything he had tried to take from me. Behind me, the front door opened. Carlos, Mike, Steve. They stepped in quietly, closing the space. The conscious men tried to stand, failed. Tom Patterson looked at me, eyes glassy. "Natalie, what's happening? I feel..." "You've been drugged," I said. The room went silent. Rachel shook her head quickly. "That's not..." "Don't," I cut her off. My voice didn't rise, but it didn't need to. I pulled out my phone. Hit record, then looked directly at Daniel. "I want you to explain to me," I said slowly, "what exactly is happening in my house." He stared at me. And for the first time in 15 years, he didn't look like he had control anymore. For a few seconds after I spoke, no one moved. Not Rachel. Not Damien. Not even Daniel. It was like the entire room had forgotten how to function without the illusion they had been living inside. Then Daniel exhaled slowly, setting his glass down with a soft click. "You're overreacting," he said. His voice was calm. Too calm. Like this was a minor inconvenience. Like I had just walked in on something embarrassing, not criminal. I stared at him. "Say that again?" "You're making this into something it's not," he continued, gesturing vaguely around the room. "These are adults. They came here willingly. They're drinking, having a good time." Behind him, Tom Patterson tried to lift his head again. Failed. His body slumped further into the chair. My chest tightened. "A good time?" I repeated. Rachel stepped forward quickly, her tone defensive. "We didn't force anyone to be here." "No," I said quietly. "You just made sure they couldn't leave." That landed. I saw it in the flicker across her face, in the way Damien suddenly avoided my eyes, in the way Daniel's jaw tightened, just slightly. I stepped closer. 1 step. Then another. "Do you even hear yourselves?" I asked. Do you see them? I gestured toward the men. Their bodies. Slack. Unresponsive. Vulnerable. You drugged them. We didn't, Rachel started again. Stop lying. My voice cracked this time. Not loudly, but enough. Enough for the room to feel it. For a moment, everything inside me threatened to break. Because this wasn't just betrayal anymore. This was violation of trust, of safety, of something deeper I didn't even have words for yet. And standing in the middle of it was my husband. I looked at Daniel, really looked at him. Not the man I married. Not the version of him I had defended for years. The man in front of me. The one who had watched men lose control of their own bodies in our living room and called it normal. Why? I asked. The question slipped out before I could stop it. Not strategic. Not controlled. Just human. Why would you do this? For the first time, he hesitated. Just a fraction. Then his expression hardened. You wouldn't understand. Something inside me went very, very quiet. Try me. He scoffed lightly, shaking his head. You were never here, Natalie. You were always working, always choosing everything else over this marriage. My stomach twisted. That's what this is about? I asked, disbelief creeping in. This is about you not being around? You think I'm the problem? He shot back, his voice rising slightly now. I was alone in this house every night. Do you know what that feels like? Yes, I said softly. The words surprised even me, because suddenly I did. I had just been standing outside this house, locked out, alone. But unlike him, I hadn't filled that emptiness by destroying other people. So you decided to do this, I continued, to turn our home into what? A business? A game? We're not hurting anyone, Rachel snapped. I turned to her slowly. They don't remember what happens here. They don't need to, she shot back. That was the moment. The exact moment when something inside me finally broke. Not loudly, not visibly, but completely. Because I realized something I had been resisting since the night before. There was no misunderstanding, no explanation, no version of this where they were confused or misguided or made a mistake. They knew, and they didn't care. I let out a breath, long, slow. And when I spoke again, my voice was different, not shaking, not emotional, just clear. You're taking photos, I said, looking at Damien now, of their wallets, their IDs. He froze. I saw you, I continued, and I've already documented everything in this house. Daniel's head snapped toward me. What? I held up my phone slightly. Every bottle, every drawer, every piece of evidence. Rachel's face paled. Damien took a step back, and Daniel, for the first time, actually looked uncertain. This doesn't have to go any further, he said quickly, stepping toward me. We can handle this, privately. I almost laughed. Privately. Like everything they had done hadn't already crossed every possible line. Privately? I repeated. Behind me, Carlos shifted slightly. The room was no longer balanced. Not in their favor. Not anymore. I looked back at Daniel, and I saw it. Really saw it. Not just what he had done, but who he was. The manipulation, the justification, the complete absence of accountability. 15 years. And I had never truly known him. That realization hurt more than anything else, more than the betrayal, more than the humiliation, because it meant everything I had built my life on had been an illusion. And standing there, in the middle of that shattered illusion, I felt something I hadn't expected. Not rage, not even grief, just emptiness. A hollow space where something important used to live. I don't know you, I said quietly. The words landed heavier than anything else I had said. Daniel flinched, just slightly, but I saw it. And for a second, I wondered if that hurt him, if that reached something real. Then he spoke again. You're being dramatic. And just like that, whatever tiny part of me had still been hoping, even unconsciously, that there was something left worth saving, disappeared completely. I nodded slowly. Not in agreement, in acceptance. This is who you are, I said. Not a question. A statement. And in that moment, standing in a room full of evidence, surrounded by people who had chosen to harm others, I reached the lowest point of my life. Not because I had been betrayed, but because I had finally understood that the man I loved had never truly existed. Silence filled the room after my last words. Not the heavy, suffocating kind. Something sharper, like the air itself had shifted direction. Daniel stood there, watching me carefully now. Not dismissive anymore. Not confident. Measuring. Calculating. For the first time since I walked in, he realized something had changed. Not the situation. Me. "Natalie," he said, his tone softening, stepping closer. "Let's just talk about this. You're upset. I get it. But we can fix this." Fix. That word almost made me smile. 15 years, and he still thought everything was something to manage, to adjust, to spin. I looked at him steadily. "No," I said. "Simple. Final." He paused. "You don't mean that." "I do." Rachel shifted beside him. "You're blowing this out of proportion. No one here is even hurt." Behind her, one of the men let out a weak groan. His head rolled to the side, unconscious. I didn't take my eyes off Daniel. "They were drugged," I said. "They drank," he corrected quickly, "with substances they didn't consent to." He didn't respond, because he couldn't. Because this time, there was no angle left. No version of the story where he came out clean. And he knew it. That was the moment the power shifted. Not dramatically. Not loudly. But completely. I stepped forward. One step. And he stepped back. Just slightly. But enough. Enough for me to see it. "You said I wouldn't understand," I continued, my voice calm. "You're right." I held his gaze. "I don't understand how someone can look at another human being and decide they don't deserve control over their own body." Rachel let out a frustrated breath. "Oh my God, you're acting like we kidnapped them." "No," I said, finally turning to her. "You did something worse." She blinked. "You made them trust you first." That hit. I saw it. In the way her shoulders stiffened, in the way she looked away. Because that was the truth they couldn't hide behind language. This wasn't force. It was deception. And that made it deeper, more dangerous. I turned back to Daniel. "And you let it happen in our home. Our home," he repeated, his tone shifting again, defensive now. "You barely live here, Natalie." I didn't react. Not the way he expected. Because I wasn't inside that argument anymore. I was outside it, looking at it clearly. "That house stopped being ours the moment you turned it into this," I said. He opened his mouth to respond, but the front door opened again. And this time, it wasn't Carlos. It was Mrs. Hennessy. Followed by two neighbors, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Martinez. They stepped in slowly, taking in the scene, the men. The phones, the tension. Mrs. Hennessy's eyes met mine, and in them, there was something steady. Support. Truth. "You called them?" Daniel snapped. "I asked for witnesses," I replied. "Not backup. Not help. Witnesses." That word landed differently, because suddenly, this wasn't just a private confrontation. This was exposure. Real. Irreversible. Daniel's composure cracked just a little more. "You're making a mistake," he said sharply. "You don't want to do this." I tilted my head slightly. "Don't I?" He stepped closer again, lowering his voice. "You think this ends well for you? You think dragging this out publicly won't destroy everything?" I held his gaze, and for the first time, I understood exactly what he meant. Not fear. Not warning. A threat. Subtle, but real. And something inside me locked into place. "No," I said quietly. "This ends well for me." He froze. Because I believed it. Not as hope. As fact. I turned slightly, addressing the room now. "All of you," I said. "Look at them." The men. Unsteady. Unaware. "Look at what's happening here." No one spoke. Because no one could deny it anymore. Not with this many eyes. Not with this much evidence. I raised my phone slightly. "I have everything documented," I continued. "The drugs, the setup, the messages." Rachel's face drained of color. Damien shifted again, clearly calculating escape routes. But there weren't any left. "Police are on their way," Mrs. Hennessy said calmly. That was it. The final piece, the line that separated before from after. Rachel turned to Daniel, panic breaking through. "You said this wouldn't happen." He didn't answer because he couldn't, because control, the thing he had relied on for months, was gone. And in its place was consequence. I stepped back. Creating distance, physical, emotional, final. "I'm done," I said, not loudly, not dramatically, just true. Daniel stared at me. "You're walking away from 15 years? I shook my head slowly. "No," I said. "I'm walking away from what you made those 15 years mean." That was the difference, and we both knew it. Sirens echoed faintly in the distance. Getting closer, Rachel started pacing. Damien muttered something under his breath. The room was no longer controlled. It was unraveling, and I stood in the center of it, completely still, because the hardest part had already happened. Not the confrontation, not the exposure, the realization, the moment I stopped asking why and started deciding what now. And now, I knew exactly what came next. Not revenge, not chaos, just truth. And the quiet, unshakable decision to never belong to this version of my life again. The sirens grew louder, closer, until they were no longer something in the distance, but something arriving, final, unavoidable. Inside the living room, no one spoke anymore. Not Rachel, not Damien, not Daniel. The illusion had already shattered. Now, all that remained was what came after. The consequences. The front door opened. Police. Paramedics. Authorities stepped into the space that had once been my home. And just like that, it no longer belonged to Daniel or to the lie he had built. A detective, mid-50s, tired eyes, the kind of man who had seen too many versions of this, took one look at the room and his expression hardened. "What's going on here?" I stepped forward. Not rushed, not emotional, just clear. "They've been sedating these men," I said. "Without consent." The words landed clean, precise. No hesitation. Behind me, Rachel let out a sharp breath. "That's not—" "Save it," the detective cut her off. He didn't even look at her yet. His attention stayed on the men, on the evidence, on reality. Paramedics moved quickly, checking pulses, lifting eyelids, asking questions that got no real answers. Tom Patterson reached for my arm weakly as they helped him up. "Natalie, I don't feel right." "I know," I said gently. "You're going to be okay." My voice softened for him, because he deserved that, because he hadn't chosen this. He swallowed hard. "My wife, she can't—" "We'll handle it," I said quietly. Not a promise, but a direction. The detective turned to me again. "You live here?" "Yes." "And them?" "My husband," I said, nodding toward Daniel. The word felt strange now. Heavy. Temporary. And his associates. That was more accurate. Daniel stepped forward quickly. "Detective, this is a misunderstanding. My wife is upset." "Sir," the detective said flatly, "you're going to stop talking." Daniel froze. Because this wasn't me anymore. This wasn't a conversation he could steer. This was a system he couldn't control. Officers began moving through the house, opening drawers, collecting bottles, photographing everything. The same things I had seen that morning. But now, official, documented, real in a way that could not be denied. Rachel's composure cracked first. "This isn't supposed to—" she started, her voice shaking. "We didn't mean—" "You didn't mean what?" I asked quietly. She looked at me, and for the first time, she didn't look confident. She looked afraid. Damien tried to edge toward the hallway. An officer stepped in his path immediately. "Stay where you are." The command was simple, absolute. Daniel turned back to me. "This is unnecessary," he said, his voice lower now, tighter. "You didn't have to do this." I held his gaze. "Yes," I said, "I did." Because this was the part he still didn't understand. This wasn't escalation. This was correction of something that should have never been allowed to exist. The next hours blurred together. Statements, questions, evidence. Names written down, details repeated. But through all of it, I stayed steady. Not because it didn't hurt, but because the hurt no longer controlled me. By the time they took Daniel away, he looked different. Not defeated. Not yet, but stripped of certainty, of control, of the narrative he had been living inside. Rachel followed soon after, crying now. Damien tried to maintain composure, but his eyes gave him away. Fear. Real. Raw. Deserved. And when the house finally emptied, when the flashing lights faded, when the noise disappeared, I stood alone in the living room, the chairs still in that circle, the air still carrying traces of what had happened. But something was different. It didn't feel like his space anymore. It didn't feel contaminated. It felt over. Carlos stepped up beside me quietly. "You okay?" he asked. I thought about it. Really thought about it. Then I nodded. Yes. And for the first time, that wasn't a lie. The days that followed unfolded exactly how they needed to. Not easy, but clear. The truth spread, not because I pushed it, but because it couldn't stay hidden anymore. The men who had been drugged, once they recovered, began to understand what had happened to them. Their wives found out. Not through gossip, through facts, through evidence, through something undeniable. Some of them broke. Some of them fought. Some of them tried to hold their marriages together, but none of them remained untouched. Rachel's husband left her immediately, took their children. No discussion, no negotiation. Damien's wife filed for divorce within days, froze their accounts, forced him out of their home. Daniel had no one left to manage, no one left to manipulate. His mother called me once, voice tight, controlled. "This didn't have to go this far," she said. I listened. Then answered calmly, "It already had." She didn't call again. Good. Because I was no longer interested in being understood by people who had never tried to see clearly in the first place. 3 weeks later, I filed for divorce. Not quietly. Not aggressively. Just completely. Everything documented. Everything supported. Everything undeniable. Daniel tried to reach out. Messages. Calls. Through friends, through lawyers. "We can fix this. We can come to an agreement. Don't ruin both our lives." I didn't respond, because this had never been about ruin. It had been about truth. And truth, once exposed, doesn't go back into hiding. I stood one evening in the living room again. The same room, but different now. The chairs were gone. The air was clean. The silence, peaceful. Not empty. Free. Mrs. Hennessy stood beside me, holding her coffee. "Well," she said softly, "that's the end of that." I looked around, then nodded. "No," I said, "it's the beginning of something else." And for the first time in 15 years, I knew exactly what that meant. It meant I was no longer living inside someone else's version of my life. I was standing in my own, uncompromised, uncontrolled, mine. 6 months later, I was standing in my backyard with my hands in the soil. The air was softer now. Spring had replaced the brutal cold of that February night, and for the first time in a long time, I could breathe without something tightening in my chest. I pressed a small plant into the ground carefully, brushing dirt over its roots. Simple. Grounded. Real. Not like the life I had been living before. That life had been structured, organized, controlled. But underneath it, something had been rotting for a long time. I just hadn't wanted to see it. "Natalie!" Mrs. Hennessy's voice called from behind me. I turned slightly. She stood at the edge of the yard, her usual cup of coffee in hand, watching me with that quiet, knowing expression. "You look different," she said. I smiled faintly. I am different. And I meant it. Not stronger in the dramatic sense. Not hardened beyond recognition. Just clearer. The divorce had been finalized 2 months ago. Clean. Efficient. There was nothing left to fight over, because in truth, there was nothing left worth keeping. The house stayed with me, not as a symbol of what I lost, but as proof of what I survived. Inside, everything had changed. The living room, once a place where something dark had taken root, was now open, bright, rearranged on my terms. The bedroom no longer carried ghosts. I had removed every trace of him, not out of anger, but out of respect for myself. Daniel had tried to contact me again after the charges were filed. Letters. Apologies. Excuses disguised as explanations. I didn't mean for it to go that far. I was under pressure. You weren't there for me. I read one, just one. Then I folded it carefully and threw it away because I understood something now that I hadn't understood before. Closure does not come from the person who hurt you. It comes from what you choose to accept and what you choose to leave behind. The case moved forward. Evidence. Testimonies. Facts that couldn't be reshaped or softened. Daniel was convicted. Rachel too. Damien followed. Their lives didn't just change, they collapsed. Not because I destroyed them, but because the truth removed the structure that had been holding their lives together. That distinction mattered to me because I hadn't acted out of revenge. I had acted out of refusal. Refusal to stay silent. Refusal to be complicit. Refusal to let something wrong continue just because it was uncomfortable to confront. I wiped my hands on my jeans and stood up fully. Mrs. Hennessy stepped closer, handing me a cup of coffee. "Any regrets?" she asked. I thought about it. Not quickly, not lightly. I let the question settle. Then I shook my head. No, because regret implies that I would choose differently if I had the chance again, and I wouldn't. Not a single step, not even the pain. Especially not the pain, because the pain had forced me to see clearly, to stop explaining things away, to stop shrinking myself to fit into something that was quietly destroying me. I looked out at the yard, at the small changes I had made, at the life I was rebuilding. Not from scratch, but from truth. I used to think strength meant holding things together, I said slowly. Mrs. Hennessy listened without interrupting. Now I think it means knowing when to let something fall apart, because it was never meant to hold you in the first place. She smiled. A soft, approving smile. That's a hard lesson to learn. Yes, I said, it is. There are still moments, quiet ones, when I think about the woman I used to be, the one who stood outside in the cold, staring at a locked door, still hoping there was something inside worth saving. I don't judge her. I don't feel ashamed of her. I understand her. Because she loved, because she believed, because she tried. And those things are not weaknesses. They are qualities that simply need to be given to the right person, not someone who sees them as something to use. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the yard. I took a sip of my coffee. Warm, steady, real. And for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't waiting for anything to change. I wasn't hoping for clarity. I wasn't questioning what I had missed. I already knew. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. The first time, not the second. Not after it breaks you. The first. Because the truth doesn't hide. It waits. And when you finally see it, you have a choice. Stay in it or walk away. I chose to walk away. And in doing that, I didn't lose my life. I got it back. I remember the exact moment Daniel decided to destroy our marriage. He was sitting at the kitchen table, scrolling through his phone like nothing in the world mattered. Like the life we had built together was just background noise. Then he looked up at me, casual, almost bored, and said, "Emily, I want a divorce." No warning, no hesitation, no emotion, just like that. For a second, I thought I had misheard him. The words didn't land all at once. They seeped into me slowly, like cold water through fabric. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked, my voice steady, even though my chest felt tight. "I said I want a divorce," he repeated, this time with a hint of impatience. "I can't keep living like this. I need someone who actually contributes, someone who has ambition." I stared at him. "Doesn't contribute?" If I wasn't so shocked, I might have laughed. For years, I had quietly built my career from nothing. Long nights, silent sacrifices, deals closed behind screens he never bothered to look at. My income had already crossed 6 figures long ago. I paid the bills. I secured our future. I carried the weight he never even realized existed. But Daniel never asked. Not to him, I was just there, existing, not impressive, not enough. And now, suddenly, I was disposable. "All right," I said after a long pause. My voice surprised even me, calm, almost detached. "If that's what you want, I won't stop you." He blinked, clearly not expecting that. "Good," he replied, straightening his posture, as if he had just won something. "Because I've already talked to a lawyer. You'll need to move out by the end of the month. Move out of my house. The audacity almost made me smile, but I didn't argue. Fair enough, I said quietly, because in that moment I understood something he didn't. This wasn't just about divorce. This was about control. Daniel thought he was rewriting the story, casting me as the failure, the woman who wasn't good enough, the one who got left behind. What he didn't realize was that he had just handed me the match. And if he wanted to burn everything down, I would let him. And I would stand back and watch the fire take him with it. Before everything fell apart, before the silence turned heavy and the distance became unbearable, there was a time when I truly believed Daniel and I were building something real. I was 27 when I met him. It was at a mutual friend's birthday dinner, one of those crowded restaurants where conversations overlapped and laughter filled every corner. I remember noticing him because he was loud, confident, the kind of man who walked into a room like he already belonged there. "Emily, right?" he said, pulling out the chair next to mine without asking. "I've heard about you." "Oh?" I smiled politely. "Hopefully nothing bad." "Only that you're quiet," he replied, studying me like I was a puzzle. "I don't think that's true." At the time, I found that charming. Looking back now, I realize it was the first time he tried to define me before I even spoke. Still, we clicked, at least on the surface. Daniel was easy to talk to. He made things feel light, effortless. While I was working long hours trying to establish myself in freelance consulting, he was floating, jumping between ideas, talking about big plans and future ventures that never quite materialized. But he had energy, confidence. And at that point in my life, I thought maybe that balance made sense. "I just need someone who believes in me," he told me once, late at night as we sat on the balcony of my apartment. "I do," I said softly, and I meant it. We started dating not long after that. The first year felt warm, full of small moments, late night takeout, shared playlists, lazy Sunday mornings where we talked about the future like it was something guaranteed. He moved in with me after 8 months. That was the first real shift. At first, it felt natural, convenient. But slowly, I started noticing things I didn't want to name. Daniel wasn't stable. He didn't hold jobs for long. There was always a reason. Bad boss, toxic workplace, not the right fit. At first, I defended him. "He just hasn't found his path yet," I told my friends. But months turned into years, and not yet became not ever. I picked up more responsibilities without realizing it. Rent, groceries, bills, it all gradually fell onto me. Not because we discussed it, not because we agreed. It just happened, and I let it. Because every time I tried to bring it up, Daniel had a way of turning the conversation. "You think I'm not trying?" he'd say, frustration rising in his voice. "You think this is easy for me?" "No, that's not what I..." "Then why does it sound like you're blaming me?" And just like that, I would back down, apologize, even when I wasn't wrong. His family didn't help either. From the beginning, his mother had a subtle way of making me feel like I wasn't enough. "She's very independent," I overheard her say once, her tone polite, but edged with something sharper. "I just hope she knows how to take care of a husband." I smiled through it at the time. Now I understand what she meant. In their eyes, no matter how much I worked, no matter how much I provided, I would never be the right kind of woman. And Daniel, he never defended me. Not once. Still, I stayed because I believed in what we had. Or maybe I believed in the version of him I thought he could become. There were signs, of course, small ones. The way he dismissed my work as just online stuff. The way he never asked about my clients, my projects, my stress. The way he would scroll through his phone while I talked, nodding absent-mindedly like my words didn't matter. And yet, when he spoke about his dreams, his plans, I listened. I supported him. I encouraged him. I poured into him while slowly emptying myself. But love has a way of blinding you to imbalance, of making you believe that if you just try a little harder, give a little more, be a little more patient, Things will eventually even out. I didn't realize then that I was building a life with someone who had already started checking out. And the most dangerous part, it didn't feel like betrayal. Not yet. It just felt like distance. Quiet. Subtle. Growing. Until one day, it became impossible to ignore. Looking back now, the collapse didn't start with the divorce. It started much earlier, quietly, almost invisibly, like cracks forming beneath a surface that still looked perfectly intact. At first, it was just a feeling, something off. Daniel became more distant, but not in a way that was obvious enough to confront. He was still there physically, still sitting across from me at dinner, still sleeping beside me at night, but his attention had shifted somewhere I couldn't reach. "Are you even listening?" I asked one evening, setting my fork down. He looked up from his phone, blinking like he had just returned from somewhere far away. "Yeah, of course." I waited. "So what did I just say?" He smirked, shrugging slightly. "You're overthinking again, Em." Overthinking. That word started appearing more and more. Every time I questioned something, every time I felt something, every time I noticed something that didn't add up. At some point, I stopped asking. Not because I stopped noticing, but because I was tired of being made to feel like the problem. Then came Qley. At first, she was just a name. "She's just a friend," Daniel said casually one afternoon when her name came up. "We met through a business networking group." I nodded. That sounded reasonable. I had no reason not to believe him. But then her name kept coming up, too often. "Qley said this. Qley recommended that. Qley thinks I should go into marketing. She says I have potential." The way he said her name, it was different. There was a lightness in his voice I hadn't heard in a long time. A spark. And it wasn't directed at me. The first moment something inside me truly shifted was a Saturday afternoon. Daniel had just come back from lunch with her. I didn't need to ask. I already knew. He walked in smiling, his cheeks slightly flushed, his energy alive in a way that felt unfamiliar. "What's got you in such a good mood?" I asked, leaning against the kitchen counter. He shrugged, grabbing a glass of water. "Oh, just something Qley said," he replied, waving it off like it was nothing. I waited for him to elaborate. He didn't. "You wouldn't get it." The words hit harder than they should have. I wouldn't get it. Since when had I become an outsider in my own relationship? Since when was there a version of him that I no longer had access to? That night, I lay awake longer than usual, staring at the ceiling while he slept beside me, his breathing steady, peaceful, like nothing was wrong, but everything was. After that, I started noticing more. The way he smiled at his phone, small, private smiles he never shared with me. The way he angled the screen away whenever I walked past. The sudden attention to his appearance, new shirts, cologne he hadn't worn in years, hair styled just a little more carefully whenever he said he was meeting Qley. "She's just helping me with career advice," he insisted once when I finally brought it up. "Then why does it feel like you're hiding something?" I asked quietly. "I'm not hiding anything," he snapped, his tone sharp now. "You're imagining things." Imagining. Overthinking. Those words again. It was almost impressive how easily he turned suspicion into my fault. But deep down, I knew. Not with proof, not with evidence, but with something stronger. Instinct. And instinct rarely lies. The atmosphere in our home began to change. Conversations became shorter. Silences became longer. Every interaction felt like walking across thin ice. Careful, calculated. One wrong step away from breaking. Even the smallest things started to feel loaded. One evening, as I was folding laundry in the bedroom, Daniel leaned against the doorframe, watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "So," he said casually, "have you figured out where you're going to stay?" I paused, my hands still gripping a shirt. "What do you mean?" "For after the divorce," he replied, crossing his arms. "You should probably start planning." There it was again, that quiet assumption that I was the one leaving, that I was the one being pushed out. I set the shirt down slowly and looked at him. "Don't worry about me, Daniel," I said, my voice calm. "I'll be just fine." He huffed slightly, almost annoyed by my composure. "Good," he said, "because Qley and I are thinking of hosting a dinner here next weekend. It'd be awkward if you were still around. A dinner. In my home. With her. The disrespect was so blatant, it almost felt surreal, but I didn't react. Didn't argue. Didn't give him the reaction he was expecting. Don't worry, I said softly as I zipped up a suitcase. I won't be here. As I walked past him, I caught a glimpse of something on his face. Not guilt. Not hesitation. Just satisfaction. He thought he was winning. He thought I was retreating. What Daniel didn't realize was that I had already started seeing everything clearly. And once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. The game had already begun. He just didn't know it yet. The moment everything became undeniable didn't come with a dramatic confession. It came quietly, sharp, precise, unavoidable, like a blade sliding between truth and illusion. It was a Thursday evening. I remember because I had just finished a long call with a client. My voice still steady, my mind still focused, when I walked into the living room and saw Daniel on the couch, laughing softly at his phone, not smiling. Laughing. A kind of warmth I hadn't seen directed at me in months. "Who's that?" I asked, placing my laptop bag down. He didn't look up immediately. "Just Qley," he said casually. "Of course." Something in my chest tightened, but I kept my tone neutral. "What's so funny?" He hesitated for half a second. Just enough. Then he tilted the phone slightly away from me. "Oh, it's nothing. You wouldn't find it funny." Again. That same line. Like I was no longer part of his world. I walked closer, slowly. "Let me see." It wasn't a demand. It was quiet, controlled. But something in my voice must have shifted because he finally looked up. His expression guarded now. "Emily, seriously? Don't start this again." "Start what?" I asked. "This whole suspicion thing. It's exhausting." Exhausting. I almost laughed. "You're laughing with another woman, hiding your phone, and I'm the exhausting one?" "It's not like that," he snapped, standing up now. "You're twisting everything." "Then show me the phone." Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. For a moment, we just stood there. Two people who once knew each other, now staring like strangers on opposite sides of a line neither of us could cross. Then he exhaled sharply and shoved the phone into his pocket. No. That one word. Simple. Final. And in that moment, something inside me broke. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just quietly shattered. "Okay," I said. My voice didn't shake. My hands didn't tremble. But my heart, it felt like it had just been dropped from somewhere high. "Okay," I repeated, nodding slowly. He frowned, clearly thrown off. "That's it?" he asked. "You're not going to argue?" "What's the point?" I replied, meeting his eyes. "If there's nothing to hide, you would have shown me." He didn't respond, because he couldn't. That night, I didn't cry. I didn't confront him again. Instead, I waited for him to fall asleep, for the apartment to go quiet, for the illusion to fully dissolve. And then I reached for his phone. My hands were steady. Too steady, like my body had already accepted what my mind was still trying to process. The screen lit up easily. No password change. No extra security. Maybe he thought I'd never crossed that line. Or maybe he didn't think I had the strength to. I opened his messages, scrolled. And there it was, Qley, right at the top. The conversation didn't even try to hide what it was. "Qley, I miss you already. Daniel, you'll see me again tomorrow. Same place? Qley, can't wait." My fingers hovered over the screen, cold, numb. I kept scrolling. Photos, selfies, her, him, together, smiling, close, too close. Then one message stopped me completely. "Qley, are you sure she doesn't suspect anything?" "Daniel, she's clueless. She overthinks, but she'll never actually do anything." I stared at that sentence. Read it once, twice, 3 times. Clueless, overthinks, won't do anything. A slow, hollow feeling spread through my chest. Not just betrayal, Disrespect. Complete and total. I locked the phone gently and placed it back exactly where it had been. Then I sat there, in the dark, alone, listening to his breathing from the bedroom, steady, peaceful, like he hadn't just destroyed everything we had. And that's when I realized something. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't confusion. This wasn't something that just happened. This was a choice, repeated, intentional, and worst of all, he thought I was too weak to respond. A small, quiet breath escaped my lips. Not a sob, not even anger, just clarity, because in that moment, I stopped being the woman who was trying to save a broken relationship and became the woman who was ready to walk away from it on her own terms. The strange thing about betrayal is that it doesn't always explode. Sometimes it settles quietly, deep, like something sinking to the bottom of you, too heavy to float back up. The next morning, I woke up before Daniel. I didn't look at him, didn't watch him sleep, didn't search his face for the man I used to love, because I already knew he wasn't there anymore. I moved through the apartment like everything was normal, made coffee, answered emails, took a client call. My voice was steady, my tone professional. No one on the other end would have guessed that just hours ago, my marriage had ended. Not officially, but completely. When Daniel finally walked into the kitchen, stretching like it was just another ordinary day, I felt it, that distance, that invisible wall between us. "Morning," he said, grabbing a mug. "Morning," I replied without looking up. He hesitated. Maybe he expected tension. Maybe he expected questions. But I gave him nothing. And somehow, that unsettled him more. "You okay?" he asked, watching me now. "I'm fine." Short, neutral, controlled. He frowned slightly, like something wasn't adding up. "You're not going to bring up last night?" he asked. I finally looked at him. Really looked. And for the first time in a long time, I saw him clearly, not the version I loved, not the version I believed in, just him. A man who had already moved on, a man who thought I was still standing still. "What's there to bring up?" I asked calmly. "You said there was nothing going on. I believe you." The lie tasted strange in my mouth, but it served a purpose. His shoulders relaxed slightly. "Good," he said, "because I'm really not in the mood for drama." Drama. "Of course," I nodded, turning back to my laptop. "Neither am I." That was the moment something shifted inside me. Not anger, not sadness, control. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't reacting. I was observing. And observing gave me power. Over the next few days, I became quieter, not distant, not cold, just present enough to not raise suspicion. I still cooked dinner, still answered when he spoke, still existed in the same space. But emotionally, I had already stepped away. And in that space, I started asking myself the questions I had been avoiding. When did I start shrinking? When did I start accepting less than I deserved? When did his comfort become more important than my truth? The answers weren't easy because they all pointed back to me, not his betrayal, but my tolerance of it, my silence, my willingness to excuse things that never should have been excused. That realization didn't break me. It steadied me, because if I had allowed this, then I could also choose to end it on my terms, not his. That night, I stood in the bedroom, folding clothes into a suitcase. Not everything, just the essentials. Daniel leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, watching me like he was watching something mildly interesting. "So, you're really leaving?" he asked. I zipped the suitcase slowly before answering. "Yes." "When?" "Soon." He tilted his head slightly. "Where are you going to stay?" There was something in his voice, not concern. Not even curiosity, more like calculation, as if he was trying to measure how far I could actually go without him. I met his gaze. "Don't worry about me, Daniel. I'll be just fine." That answer clearly annoyed him. He pushed off the doorframe, stepping further into the room. "You know, Qley and I are planning something next weekend," he said casually. "A dinner. It'd be awkward if you were still around." There it was again, the disrespect. But this time, it didn't sting. It clarified. I picked up the suitcase and walked past him. I won't be here, I said. Simple. Final. As I reached the doorway, I paused for just a second, not to look back, but to breathe. Because what I was leaving behind wasn't just a relationship. It was a version of myself. The one who waited, who tolerated, who hoped someone would eventually see her worth. That version of me was gone. And in her place was someone quieter, stronger, more dangerous, because now I had nothing left to prove and nothing left to lose. Leaving the apartment didn't feel dramatic. There were no tears. No slammed doors, no final arguments echoing down the hallway. Just the quiet click of a suitcase rolling across the floor, and the sound of something ending without ceremony. I didn't tell Daniel exactly when I left. I didn't need to. By the time he noticed, I was already gone. And that silence, that absence, it was louder than anything I could have said. The first few days on my own were strange. Not painful, not freeing. Just unfamiliar. I moved into a temporary serviced apartment, clean, minimal, impersonal. Floor-to-ceiling windows, soft lighting, everything in its place. No memories. No history. Just space. And in that space, I started rebuilding. My days filled quickly with work. Meetings, contracts, negotiations. My phone didn't stop ringing. Emails stacked up faster than I could reply. And for the first time in a long time, I let myself focus. Not on Daniel, not on the betrayal, just me. But of course, life doesn't let you walk away that easily. Because Daniel didn't just leave me. He rewrote the story and made sure everyone heard his version first. It started with a message from a mutual friend. Hey, I didn't want to get involved, but are you okay? I stared at the screen. Why wouldn't I be? There was a pause before the reply came. Daniel said you two split because things got complicated, that you've been distant for a while, that you were more focused on work than the marriage. I let out a slow breath. Of course, that narrative. The successful woman who forgot how to be a wife. Convenient, predictable, and painfully effective. Within days, I started noticing it more. Subtle shifts. Friends who used to check in, now keeping their distance. Conversations that felt slightly colder. Polite. Measured. Like they were waiting to see which version of the story was true. Then came his family. I should have expected it, but somehow it still stung. His mother called me one afternoon. I almost didn't answer, but I did. Emily. Her voice came through, sharp and composed. I heard what happened. I stayed quiet. I'm disappointed, she continued. I really thought you were more committed than this. Committed, the word echoed in my mind. I was, I said calmly. She didn't pause. Daniel told me you've been distant for months, always working, never really present. I closed my eyes briefly. Of course he did. Did he also tell you about Qley? I asked quietly. Silence. A short one. But enough. I don't know what you're implying, she replied, her tone tightening. I'm not implying anything, I said. I'm just asking if he told you the whole story. Another pause. Then, well, regardless, she said, shifting her tone back to polite disapproval. A marriage requires effort from both sides. Effort. I almost smiled. I agree, I said softly, and ended the call. But the real escalation didn't come from words. It came from reality, from what was happening inside that house I had just left behind. A few days later, one of the neighbors texted me a picture. I opened it, and there it was, Daniel, standing in the doorway, holding a box, and behind him, Qley, smiling, comfortable, at home, in my house. I stared at the image longer than I should have, not because it hurt, but because it confirmed everything. He didn't even wait, didn't even pretend, just replaced me like I had never been there. Then came the next message. They're throwing a dinner party this weekend, the neighbor added. Looks like they're celebrating. I let out a quiet breath. Of course they were. In their minds, they had won. New relationship, new beginning, clean slate, no consequences, no guilt, just forward. But what they didn't realize was that I had already been steps ahead, months ahead, because while Daniel thought I was overthinking, I had been watching quietly, carefully, not reacting, not confronting, just collecting messages, dates, patterns, proof. Not because I wanted revenge, but because I needed clarity. And now I had it completely. Meanwhile, the pressure kept building. Friends choosing sides, family making judgments, the narrative twisting further away from the truth. And for a moment, just a moment, I felt it. That familiar pull, the urge to defend myself, to explain, to expose everything, to show them who he really was. But I didn't. Because something inside me had changed. I didn't need to convince anyone. The truth has a way of revealing itself eventually. And when it does, it's far more powerful than anything forced. So I stayed quiet, worked harder, moved forward, and let them build their perfect little life. Because I knew something they didn't. A life built on lies doesn't stand for long. And when it collapses, it doesn't just crack, it shatters. There's a moment in every story when strength feels like a performance, when the calm you've been holding on to so tightly starts to crack, quietly, invisibly, until you're not sure if you're actually okay. Or just pretending to be. For me, that moment came late one night. The city outside my window was glowing, alive, restless, full of movement. Cars passing, lights flickering, people living their lives without hesitation. And there I was, standing still, alone in a space that didn't know me yet. I had spent the entire day working, back-to-back meetings, calls, negotiations. My voice had been steady, my decisions sharp, my mind clear. On paper, I was thriving. But the moment I closed my laptop, everything caught up. The silence, the emptiness, the absence of someone who had once been part of every corner of my life. I sat down on the edge of the bed, my phone still in my hand, and for the first time since I left, I didn't know what to do with myself. I opened my messages, scrolled, paused. And then, without fully thinking it through, I tapped on Daniel's name. The chat was still there, unchanged, like nothing had happened, like we were still something. My thumb hovered over the screen. I didn't type anything, didn't need to. Because the question forming in my mind wasn't for him. It was for me. Was any of it real? The late nights, the conversations, the promises, the version of us I held on to for so long. Had it ever existed? Or had I just filled in the gaps with hope? My chest tightened. Not with anger, but with something heavier. Grief. Not just for the relationship, but for the time, the energy, the version of myself that had believed so deeply in something that was never truly mutual. I placed the phone down slowly and leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. And for the first time, I let myself feel it. Not the betrayal, not the injustice, just the loss. Tears came quietly, no sobbing, no breakdown, just a steady, silent release of everything I had been holding in. Because the truth was, even when someone hurts you, you don't stop loving them instantly. You don't erase the memories. You don't detach overnight. There's a gap. A painful, empty space between what was and what is. And in that space, you have to sit with yourself, with your choices, with your silence, with the things you ignored and the things you accepted. I should have seen it sooner, I whispered to myself, the words barely audible. I should have said something sooner. But regret is a strange thing. It makes you believe you had more control than you actually did. That if you had just done one thing differently, everything would have changed. But deep down, I knew the truth. This wasn't about one missed sign or one wrong decision. This was about a pattern, a slow erosion, a relationship where one person kept giving and the other kept taking until there was nothing left to balance. I sat there for a long time, letting the silence stretch, letting the emotions settle, letting the weight of everything finally land. And then something shifted, not dramatically, not like a sudden burst of strength, but quietly, steadily, like something inside me realigning. Because in the middle of that pain, one thought became clear. I didn't deserve this. Not the lies. Not the manipulation. Not the way I was made to question my own reality. And more importantly, I didn't deserve to keep carrying it. I reached for my phone again, scrolled back up, looked at his name one last time. Then I deleted the conversation. Not out of anger, not out of spite, but out of necessity. Because healing doesn't start with closure from someone else. It starts with a decision, a quiet one, to stop holding on to something that has already let go of you. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, my breathing slow, my body finally still. And for the first time since everything fell apart, I didn't feel broken. I felt empty. But not in a way that scared me, in a way that made space for something new, for something better, for someone stronger. Because sometimes you have to hit the lowest point to finally see the way up. Clarity doesn't arrive all at once. It builds layer by layer until one day you stop asking questions and start making decisions. For me, that moment came quietly, not in a courtroom, not in a confrontation, but in a single meeting. The divorce process moved faster than I expected. Daniel didn't fight it. In fact, he seemed eager. When we sat across from each other at the negotiation table, he looked polished, well-dressed, confident, composed, like a man who believed he was walking away with everything. "Emily," he said, folding his hands neatly in front of him, "let's not drag this out. There's no need to make things more complicated than they already are." I almost smiled. More complicated? He had already burned everything down. Now he wanted simplicity, convenience, control. I leaned back slightly, my expression calm. "I agree," I said. That caught him off guard. I could see it in the way his fingers twitched ever so slightly. The lawyer began outlining the terms. Daniel wanted the apartment, the furniture, and a portion of what he believed was my savings. He listed them like they were obvious, expected, deserved. I listened quietly. No interruptions, no reactions, just understanding. Because what he didn't know was that none of it actually mattered. Not the apartment, not the furniture. Not even the money he thought he was taking. Those were surface-level assets, things I had outgrown long before he realized they existed. The real foundation of my life, my investments, my income streams, my long-term assets. He had never paid enough attention to even notice them, and that was his biggest mistake. "Are these terms acceptable?" the lawyer asked, turning to me. Daniel watched me closely now, waiting. Expecting resistance, maybe even a breakdown, something that would confirm his narrative, that I needed him, that I would fight to keep something, anything. I picked up the pen and signed without hesitation. The room went still for a second. Daniel blinked. "You're okay with this?" he asked, confusion slipping into his voice. I looked up at him. "Why wouldn't I be? It's just stuff, Daniel," I said lightly. "You can have it." For a brief moment, just a brief one, I saw it. Doubt. A flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, like something didn't add up, like the story he had written in his head was missing a piece. But it disappeared quickly, replaced by that same familiar confidence, that same quiet arrogance. He thought he had won. A week later, I walked out of that apartment for the last time. I left everything behind. The couch we picked together, the kitchen appliances I paid for, the decorations he never cared about, all of it. Because none of it belonged to me anymore. Not really. Not in the way that mattered. Not long after, I received a message from the same neighbor. Another photo. I opened it. "Daniel, standing at the door, holding it open for Qley. She stepped inside like she had always been there, like she had always belonged. And behind them, the apartment. My former life, now completely replaced. I stared at the image, not with pain, not with anger, but with something else, distance. Because in that moment, I realized something important. I wasn't losing anything. I was being released. What Daniel didn't know was that the apartment was a rental under my name from years ago. Something I had kept for convenience, for work, for flexibility, not for permanence. And the money he thought he had taken a portion of, it was a fraction, a surface level account, a number I had let him see. The real structure of my life, my growth, my security, existed far beyond his reach, beyond his awareness, beyond his imagination. But the real turning point wasn't about assets or strategy or who walked away with what. It was about this. I no longer needed him to understand me. I no longer needed him to validate me. I no longer needed him at all. And that realization was power. Pure, quiet, unshakable. Because from that point on, everything that happened next wouldn't be about survival. It would be about elevation. And Daniel had no idea what was coming. I didn't have to do anything. That was the part no one ever believes. But it's the truth. I didn't expose them. I didn't confront them. I didn't try to win. I just stepped back and let reality do what it always does. Catch up. The first signs came quietly, whispers, small comments from mutual acquaintances. Hey, have you heard about Daniel? I hadn't, but I listened. They've been throwing these dinner parties, a friend told me over coffee, trying to show everyone they're happy. Happy. I stirred my drink slowly, saying nothing. But it's weird, she continued. People say things feel off, like they're trying too hard. Of course they were, because happiness doesn't need an audience. Only performance does. Then came the financial cracks. Another message, another conversation. Emily, I don't know if I should tell you this. You can. They're struggling, like really struggling. Daniel's been spending a lot. New clothes, expensive dinners, trying to keep up this image. I leaned back in my chair, listening quietly. And Qley? I asked. She doesn't seem used to it. I heard they're already behind on rent. Rent. The word almost made me smile, because the apartment they had fought so hard to keep was never meant to be permanent. Not without stability, not without discipline, not without me. A week later, an old neighbor called. Emily, you won't believe this, she said, her voice filled with barely contained shock. I didn't respond. I just waited. The landlord showed up. They're 3 months behind. 3 months. That was fast. Faster than I expected. They were arguing, she added. Loud. Everyone could hear it through the walls. I closed my eyes for a brief second, not out of pain, but out of recognition, because this was inevitable. A life built on illusion can't sustain reality. Meanwhile, my life moved in the opposite direction, quietly, steadily, powerfully. My work expanded faster than I anticipated. New clients, bigger contracts, opportunities that once felt distant, now arriving one after another. My income grew. My time became mine again. And with that came something I hadn't felt in a long time. Lightness. I moved into a new place. A penthouse with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Clean. Open. Mine. No history attached. No emotional weight. Just possibility. My days were filled with purpose. My nights with peace. I reconnected with old friends. Met new people. Started living again. Not around someone else's expectations, but around my own. And then Daniel reached out. Of course he did. The message came late one evening. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. Just wanted to check in. I stared at the screen, almost amused. Check in. Not apologize. Not acknowledge. Just check in. I typed slowly. I'm doing great. Work's going well. How about you? The reply came quicker than I expected. Yeah, things are good, just a bit tight financially right now, but we're managing. Managing. I could almost hear the strain behind the word. I didn't respond because I didn't need to. A week later, I saw her, Qley, standing outside my building. I almost didn't recognize her at first. She looked different, not polished, not confident, tired. Her clothes were still neat, but there was something in her posture that had changed, something uncertain. Emily, she called, her voice hesitant. I stopped. Turned. Qley, I replied calmly. She walked closer, wringing her hands slightly. I wanted to talk. I said nothing. Let her fill the silence. Things have been difficult, she continued. Daniel and I were going through a rough patch. A rough patch. I held her gaze, and for the first time, I saw it. Not arrogance, not superiority, just regret. I'm sorry, she said suddenly, for everything. The words hung in the air. Late, but real. I nodded once. I hope things get better for you, I said. And I meant it, because at that point, I felt nothing. No anger, no bitterness, no need to revisit the past, just distance. But the real collapse, that came next. A mutual acquaintance called me, barely containing her excitement. You are not going to believe this. I leaned back, already knowing. Daniel's seeing someone else. I let out a quiet breath. Of course he was. Some girl from his new job, she added. Younger, doesn't want anything serious. The irony was almost poetic. The man who left me for another woman was now doing the exact same thing to her. The same lies, the same patterns, just a different target. I heard about the confrontation a few days later. A cafe. Public. Messy. Qley had found messages, recognized the signs, and this time she didn't stay silent. They were screaming at each other, someone told me. She threw her drink at him. I closed my eyes briefly, not out of shock, but because I could picture it so clearly. The same cycle. Repeating. Not long after that, Daniel moved out, left Qley alone in that apartment they couldn't afford. And just like that, everything they had built together collapsed. The last I heard, he was staying with different people, couch to couch, job to job, nothing stable, nothing lasting. And Qley, she was left with the pieces. No relationship, no financial support, no illusion left to hold on to. And me, I didn't lift a finger, didn't interfere, didn't orchestrate anything because I didn't have to. When people build their lives on betrayal, they don't need enemies. They destroy themselves. Almost a year later, I saw Daniel again. Not in a dramatic setting, not in a moment designed for closure, just a grocery store. Ordinary, quiet, unremarkable. I was standing in the checkout line, absent-mindedly scrolling through emails, when I felt it, that strange awareness of being watched. I looked up, and there he was. For a second, I didn't recognize him, not because he looked completely different, but because something about him had faded. His posture wasn't as confident. His clothes, still neat, lacked the sharpness he once tried so hard to maintain. And his eyes, they didn't carry that same certainty anymore. Emily, he said, his voice quieter than I remembered. I nodded slightly. Daniel. We stood there for a moment, the space between us filled with everything that had happened and everything that no longer mattered. You look good, he said, almost cautiously. I am, I replied. And I wasn't saying it to prove anything. It was just true. He glanced down briefly, then back at me. I've been meaning to reach out, he added. Things have been complicated. Complicated. That word again. I almost smiled. I'm sure they have, I said gently. There was a pause, like he was waiting for something, an opening, a softness, a version of me that no longer existed. I made mistakes, he said finally. I studied his face, not searching, not hoping, Just observing. Yes, I replied. No anger, no accusation, just acknowledgement. That seemed to catch him off guard. I just thought, maybe we could talk sometime, he continued. Catch up. Catch up, as if we were old acquaintances, as if everything between us could be reduced to a conversation over coffee. I shook my head slightly. I don't think that's a good idea. His expression shifted, subtle but noticeable. Right, he said, nodding slowly. Another pause. Then, I'm glad you're doing well, he added, stepping back. Take care, Daniel. And just like that, it ended. Not with closure from him, but with peace from me. Later that evening, as I stood by the window of my apartment, looking out over the city lights, I thought about everything that had happened, not with bitterness, not with regret, but with clarity. For a long time, I believed love meant endurance, patience, sacrifice. I thought if I just gave enough, stayed long enough, understood deeply enough, things would eventually align. But love, real, doesn't require you to shrink. It doesn't ask you to ignore your instincts. It doesn't make you question your own worth just to maintain it. And most importantly, it doesn't replace you while you're still standing there. A few weeks later, I attended a charity gala as one of the main donors. It wasn't something I ever imagined for myself. But life has a way of expanding when you stop holding it back. That's where I met Alex. He was a marketing executive, sharp, thoughtful, and most importantly, present. Completely. When he spoke to me, he listened. When he laughed, it felt real. And when he looked at me, I didn't feel like I had to prove anything. You know what I like about you? He said one evening as we stood on the balcony overlooking the city. What? I asked. You know who you are, he replied simply. I smiled. Because for the first time, that was true. Daniel didn't just leave me. He forced me to find myself, to rebuild, to redefine what I deserved, and to finally understand something I had spent years ignoring. The best revenge isn't making someone regret losing you. It's becoming someone who no longer cares. Sometimes people think winning means watching others fall, but that's not it. Winning is waking up one day and realizing their choices no longer affect your life. Their absence no longer hurts, and their story is no longer yours to carry. As I turned away from the window, my reflection caught in the glass for just a moment. Calm, steady, whole. Not because everything had been easy, but because I had survived it and grown beyond it. Sometimes the greatest gift betrayal gives you is freedom. And once you have that, you never go back. Christmas morning was the moment I realized my marriage was not ending in heartbreak. It was ending in documentation. I still remember the exact shade of red she wore when she stepped into my house like she belonged there. Not festive red, not soft, warm Christmas red. It was the kind of red that demanded attention, the kind that announced itself before a word was spoken. Vanessa walked in first, chin lifted, one hand curled around an expensive gift bag, the other brushing back perfectly styled hair. My husband, Ethan, followed half a step behind her, carrying himself with that smug, careless confidence people wear when they think they've already won. He didn't look ashamed. That was the part I think stayed with me most. Not the affair, not even the timing. It was the arrogance. Vanessa gave me a bright smile that didn't reach her eyes. Merry Christmas, Claire. Her voice was sugary, almost playful, as if this were some awkward holiday drop-in and not the public execution of a marriage. Ethan stood in my foyer with his jaw set and his shoulders squared, wearing the same cologne I had bought him 2 Decembers ago. For one sharp second, I hated that I still recognized it. I hated that my body still reacted before my mind did, my pulse skipping, my chest tightening, my fingers curling against the arm of the chair beside the fireplace. Then Vanessa held out the envelope. Thick paper, legal tabs, professional printing, divorce papers. Ethan finally spoke, his tone low and rehearsed. It's better if we do this cleanly. I looked at him, really looked at him, and understood something cold and final. They had practiced this, maybe in some hotel room downtown, maybe over wine, maybe laughing. They had imagined tears, begging, a scene. They expected me to break open right there in front of them so they could stand above the wreckage and call themselves brave. Instead, I took the envelope from Vanessa's hand, opened it, and read the title, Dissolution of Marriage. My pen was already uncapped. I signed the first page, then the last, quietly, carefully. No trembling hands, no raised voice, no shattered glass. Just the soft scratch of ink across paper and the sound of their confidence beginning to crack. Vanessa blinked first. Ethan's face changed next, because that wasn't what they wanted. That wasn't the performance they came for. I stood, walked to the mantel, and picked up a small silver box tied with a red ribbon. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat, but my voice, when it came, was calm enough to frighten even me. "I got something for your lawyer, too," I said. He hesitated before opening it. Inside was a single legal document, one clause highlighted in yellow. And the moment his face drained of color, I knew Christmas had already changed all of our lives. Not because my husband had come to leave me, but because he had no idea he'd already destroyed himself. Before that Christmas morning, if you had asked anyone to describe my marriage, they would have used words like stable, respectable, successful. From the outside, Ethan and I looked like the kind of couple people quietly envied. We had been together long enough to know each other's habits, long enough to finish each other's sentences in public, long enough to build a life that looked polished from every angle. I was 36, a woman who had spent years learning how to make herself dependable. I liked order. I liked routines. I liked knowing where things belonged, both in a house and in a relationship. I worked in brand strategy for a mid-sized retail company, which meant my days were filled with deadlines, client calls, presentations, and managing people who were often far more emotional than the products they were selling. I was good at my job because I knew how to read a room. I knew when to speak, when to stay quiet, and when to let other people underestimate me. Ethan used to say that was what he loved most about me. "You don't need to prove yourself every second," he told me once, early in our relationship, when we were still the kind of couple who stayed up too late talking in parked cars. "You just know who you are." At the time, I believed that was admiration. Years later, I would understand that men like Ethan are often drawn to women they think will anchor them, then resent those same women for being steady when they are restless. We met at a mutual friend's engagement dinner. He was charming in the way people often mean when they say charming as a warning, though I didn't hear the warning then. He had a quick smile, an easy laugh, and that specific kind of confidence that makes a woman feel chosen when she doesn't yet realize he makes everyone feel that way. He noticed details. He remembered what I drank, what books I liked, what kind of music made me soften. In the beginning, he was attentive in a way that felt rare. He pursued me with patience. That mattered. There was no dramatic whirlwind at first, no reckless declarations, just small, steady gestures. Coffee dropped off at my office, late-night calls after long workdays, his hand resting at the small of my back when we crossed a street. He made me feel safe before he ever made me feel loved. And sometimes that is exactly how women get attached. We mistake relief for destiny. When we married, I truly believed I was choosing a man who valued loyalty, structure, and family as much as I did. Ethan was ambitious, but not loud about it. He worked in corporate operations, the kind of role that let him feel important without making him visible enough to be questioned too closely. He understood systems, office politics, budgets, and how to present himself as indispensable. My father respected that. My mother liked that he was polished. Even my older brother, who distrusted almost everyone I dated, admitted Ethan had good instincts. I should have paid more attention to the way that compliment was phrased. Not a good heart. Good instincts. For the first few years, our life moved the way good marriages are supposed to move. We built rituals, Sunday grocery runs, Friday takeout on the couch, quiet jokes across crowded family dinners. We hosted Christmas every other year. We argued about ordinary things, paint colors, vacation plans, whether the guest room needed to be renovated now or later, but nothing that felt dangerous, nothing that looked like the beginning of a collapse. And when something did feel off, Ethan always knew how to smooth it over before I could fully examine it. That was one of his gifts. If he forgot something important, he made me laugh before I could stay hurt. If he came home late, he kissed my forehead and said work had been brutal. If his attention drifted, he blamed stress, burnout, pressure, timing. There was always a reason. Always language. Always. Vanessa entered our lives gradually, which is probably why I didn't treat her like a threat at first. She worked with Ethan, marketing liaison, he said. Smart, efficient, good with clients. At first, she was just a name in passing. Vanessa caught that reporting error before it went out. Vanessa's helping on the Westfield account. Then her name started appearing too often. At dinner, in car rides, during weekend errands, in stories that didn't need her in them at all. I know. Still, I told myself not to be paranoid. I had met Vanessa once at a company holiday function. She was beautiful in the sleek, intentional way some women are. Perfect posture, perfect teeth, perfect timing. She shook my hand and held eye contact just a second too long. I've heard it should have sounded polite. Instead, it felt like measurement. Ethan's family, of course, only made things murkier. His mother adored appearances and defended him by reflex, the way certain mothers defend their sons, not because the sons are innocent, but because admitting the truth would reflect too badly on the family. She always treated me pleasantly enough, but there was a quiet expectation beneath everything. Be gracious, be accommodating, don't embarrass him, don't react too strongly. At holidays, if Ethan disappeared for long stretches or spent dinner on his phone, she would smile tightly and say, "He's under so much pressure lately." Pressure. That word covered so many sins in that family. By the time I realized I was being asked to absorb his neglect as if it were maturity, I had already spent years doing it. Looking back, the signs were there long before the affair became undeniable. The longer showers after work, the sudden concern with tailored shirts and gym schedules, the phone angled away from me, the smile at messages that he never explained. The way he started saying, "You're overthinking," in that soft voice designed to make me doubt my own intelligence. The worst part is not that I missed the signs. It's that I saw them and kept choosing patience. Because when you love someone, you don't want to be the woman who turns suspicion into self-fulfilling prophecy. You want to be wise, measured, fair. So I was. And in being fair to Ethan, I became unfair to myself. By the time Christmas arrived, our marriage was already full of silences that had names I hadn't said out loud yet. But back then, I was still trying to salvage dignity from a story that had already started rotting beneath the surface. I just didn't know how far Ethan had already gone. And I definitely didn't know that the woman smiling across office parties and client dinners would soon stand in my home, dressed in red, holding divorce papers like a holiday gift. The shift didn't happen all at once. That's the dangerous part about betrayal. It rarely arrives like a storm. It seeps in quietly, like a leak behind a wall. By the time you notice the damage, the structure is already compromised. At first, it was just distance. Ethan started coming home later, but not late enough to justify confrontation. 7:30 instead of 6, 8 instead of 7, always with a reason that sounded reasonable on the surface. Quarter-end pressure, client escalation, internal audit. He would drop his keys in the same place, loosen his tie, kiss my cheek, always the cheek, never my lips, and head straight to the shower. I remember standing in the kitchen once, watching the steam roll under the bathroom door, realizing I couldn't remember the last time he had come home and just stayed with me. No shower, no phone, no excuse, just presence. I told myself it was a phase. People go through phases, but phases don't come with locked screens and flipped phones. One night, we were sitting on the couch, a show playing that neither of us was actually watching. His phone buzzed on the coffee table. Just once, a soft vibration. He reached for it immediately, almost too quickly, and angled the screen away from me. I didn't say anything. I just watched his thumb hover for half a second before unlocking it. That hesitation told me everything. "Who is it?" I asked casually, keeping my voice light. He didn't look up. "Work?" "Work." I smiled faintly, like I believed him, like I hadn't just seen the corner of a name disappear off the lock screen. "Vanessa." I didn't confront him that night. Instead, I went to bed early and lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, replaying that tiny moment over and over again. It wasn't proof. It wasn't enough to accuse, but it was enough to change how I felt in my own home. From that point on, everything started to feel slightly off. Conversations became shorter, his attention thinner, his patience selective. If I asked about his day, he gave me summaries instead of stories. If I told him about mine, he nodded without really hearing me. There was a gap forming between us, invisible but undeniable, like two people standing in the same room but speaking different languages. And then came the jokes. At first, they sounded harmless. Vanessa said our entire sales strategy is outdated. Vanessa thinks I should push for that promotion. Vanessa calls me her work husband. That one made me pause. I looked at him carefully. "Work husband?" He laughed, brushing it off. "It's just a joke. Everyone says that." "Everyone?" I didn't laugh, but I didn't argue either, because part of me didn't want to be the woman who turned a joke into a problem. And part of me, if I'm honest, was afraid of what would happen if I pushed too hard and he confirmed what I already suspected. So I let it go. And in letting it go, I taught him that I would. The tension didn't just come from him. It started bleeding into everything else. His friends, his family, even our routines. One evening, we were at his parents' house for dinner. His mother had set the table perfectly, as always. Candles, polished silverware, everything curated to look effortless. Ethan spent most of the night on his phone, responding to messages with that same half smile I had started to recognize. His father didn't comment, but his mother noticed. "He's been so busy lately," she said, glancing at me instead of him. "You must be very understanding, Claire." Understanding. There it was again. I nodded politely. "Work has been intense for both of us." She smiled, satisfied with that answer, as if we had just performed a well-rehearsed scene together. Across the table, Ethan didn't even look up. That night, on the drive home, I finally said something. "You've been distracted." It came out softer than I intended. He sighed immediately, like I had just added to an already heavy load. "Claire, please don't do this tonight." "Do what?" "This. Turn nothing into something." Nothing. I stared out the window, watching the city lights blur past. I didn't say it was something. I said you've been distracted. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "I'm working, Claire. I don't know what else you want from me." I almost said the truth. "I want you to choose me without being asked." But instead, I said nothing, because asking for that felt like admitting I had already lost it. Weeks passed like that. Small conversations that never reached resolution, quiet moments that felt heavier than arguments, a growing awareness that I was adjusting myself to accommodate a version of my husband that no longer included me. And still, I stayed calm. I stayed patient. I stayed reasonable. Until the night, everything stopped feeling like speculation. It was a Thursday, rain against the windows, steady and relentless. Ethan texted me around 7. "Running late. Don't wait up." I stared at the message longer than I should have. Then, for the first time in our entire marriage, I did something I had never done before. I drove downtown. I didn't have a plan. I didn't even have certainty. Just a location, Marriott downtown, and a feeling that had been building for months, finally pushing me to act. The lobby was warm, quiet, filled with that artificial calm hotels always have. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding so hard I thought it might be visible through my coat. Then I walked to the elevator. Room 912. I didn't know why that number felt right. Maybe instinct. Maybe memory. Maybe the part of me that had been paying attention long before I admitted it. I stood outside the door, staring at it, my hand hovering inches from the wood. I didn't knock. I didn't need to. Because from the other side, I heard laughter. Her laughter. And his voice, lower, softer than it had been with me in months. Something inside me didn't shatter. It settled, like a final piece sliding into place. I turned around, walked back down the hallway, and left the hotel without a sound. That was the moment I stopped trying to save my marriage and started paying attention. Really paying attention. Because if Ethan thought I was the kind of woman who would fall apart the second I knew the truth, he had already made his biggest mistake. I didn't confront him that night. That's what people always expect. The dramatic knock on the hotel door, the screaming, the tears, the kind of confrontation that feels satisfying in the moment, but leaves nothing but chaos behind. That wasn't me. It never had been. Instead, I went home. I changed out of my coat, washed my hands slowly at the sink, and sat at the kitchen table in complete silence. The house felt different. Not emptier, just clearer. Like a fog had lifted, and everything was finally visible in harsh, unforgiving detail. When Ethan came home that night, it was almost midnight. He walked in like nothing had happened. "Hey," he said softly, dropping his keys into the bowl. "You're still up?" I looked at him for a long moment. His hair was slightly damp, like he had just showered. His shirt was freshly pressed, too fresh for someone who had supposedly been working late. There was a faint trace of unfamiliar perfume clinging to him, buried beneath his cologne. "I couldn't sleep," I replied evenly. He nodded, relieved. "Yeah, long day." Long day. I almost laughed. Instead, I stood up and walked past him, close enough to catch the full scent of it. Her perfume, expensive and floral. Something deliberate, something chosen. "Go get some rest," he added, already moving toward the hallway. We'll talk tomorrow." But we didn't, because the next day, he acted like nothing had happened. And the day after that, and the one after that. He continued moving through our life as if it were intact, as if I hadn't stood outside a hotel room listening to him give another woman the version of himself he no longer gave me. That was when something inside me shifted permanently. I stopped waiting for honesty, and I stopped offering it in return. The first thing I did was gather information, not in a frantic way, not obsessively, just methodically. I started noticing patterns, times, locations, the way his calendar shifted, the way certain meetings always seemed to align with the same hotel bookings, the way his expenses changed, small things at first, then larger ones. Meals that didn't match his schedule, charges that didn't match his explanations. I didn't confront him. I documented him. Weeks passed, and with each piece of information, the picture became clearer, not just of the affair, but of the arrogance behind it. Ethan wasn't being careful because he didn't think he had to be. He believed I would never look closely enough. He believed I would continue being patient, understanding, reasonable. He believed I would stay. That belief gave me time, and time gave me clarity. But the real turning point, the moment everything moved from suspicion and quiet evidence into something undeniable, came on a Tuesday evening. We were supposed to attend a small dinner with friends. He canceled. "Work emergency," he texted. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop, pulled up the shared account records I had been quietly reviewing for weeks, and cross-referenced the time of his message with the latest transaction. Marriott. Room charge. 7:12 p.m. My chest tightened, but not with shock. Not anymore. Just confirmation. Still, I needed something more than numbers. Something final. So I drove there again. The same hotel, the same calm lobby, the same elevator ride that felt longer than it should have. Room 912. This time, I didn't hesitate. I stood outside the door, listening. Silence. Then movement. A soft laugh. Her voice. Closer this time. Clearer. You're not even trying to hide it anymore. Ethan chuckled, low and easy. Why would I? She won't do anything. The words hit harder than anything else. Not because he was cheating, but because of what he believed about me. She won't do anything. I felt my fingers curl into fists at my sides, my nails pressing into my palms, hard enough to sting. Vanessa's voice again, lighter, almost teasing. You're ruthless. No, he said casually. I just know how she is. That was the moment something inside me went completely still. Not broken. Not shattered. Just still. I stepped back from the door without making a sound, turned, and walked away. By the time I reached the elevator, my heartbeat had already slowed. My breathing had steadied. My thoughts had aligned into something sharp and focused. This wasn't about catching him anymore. This was about understanding him. And now I did. Ethan didn't just think I wouldn't fight back. He had built his entire plan around it. The divorce papers. The timing. The way he brought Vanessa into my home on Christmas morning like a performance. He thought I would react exactly the way he needed me to. Emotional, unstable, desperate. So that he could walk away clean, justified, in control. He thought I was predictable, and that was his fatal mistake. Because while he was busy underestimating me, I was learning everything. About his schedule, about his finances, about Vanessa, about the company he worked for, the decisions he had made, and the lines he had quietly crossed. I wasn't planning revenge. Not yet. I was preparing. And by the time Christmas arrived, I wasn't the woman standing outside a hotel room anymore. I was the woman sitting in her own living room, signing divorce papers without hesitation, because I already knew exactly what would happen next. After that night outside room 912, I didn't cry. That's what surprised me the most. I thought there would be a moment, a collapse, a breaking point, something cinematic where the weight of it all would finally crush me. But it never came. Instead, there was this strange, quiet clarity, like stepping out of a noisy room and realizing how loud it had been all along. For days, I moved through my life exactly as I always had. I went to work. I answered emails. I smiled in meetings. I sat across from clients and spoke with the same calm confidence I had built my career on. No one noticed anything was wrong, because on the surface, nothing had changed. But inside, everything had. At night, when Ethan came home, I watched him more closely than I ever had before. Not with suspicion anymore, but with understanding. Understanding is far more dangerous than suspicion. Suspicion makes you reactive. Understanding makes you precise. He would walk in, loosen his tie, kiss my cheek, and start talking about his day like it was normal. And I would nod, respond, even ask questions. I played my role so well that sometimes I almost convinced myself I was still the woman he thought I was. The woman who wouldn't do anything. One evening, as he stood in the kitchen scrolling through his phone, I leaned against the counter and asked, almost casually, "Do you ever feel like we've changed?" He didn't even look up at first. People change, that's normal. That's not what I meant. Now he glanced at me, just briefly. "Claire, we've been together for years. It's not always going to feel like the beginning." "I know," I said softly. "But it shouldn't feel like the end either." That got his attention. He set his phone down slowly, exhaling like he was preparing for something inconvenient. "Where is this coming from?" I held his gaze. "I'm asking you a question." There was a pause, a long one. Then he gave me a small, practiced smile, the kind that used to reassure me. "You're overthinking," he said gently. "We're fine. We're fine." I nodded, like I accepted that answer. But something inside me whispered the truth. We weren't fine. We were finished. And he knew it. He just thought he was the one in control of how it ended. That conversation was the closest I came to confronting him directly before Christmas. Not because I was afraid, but because I no longer needed his confession. I already had the truth. What I needed now was timing and control. Still, there were moments, small, quiet ones, where the weight of everything pressed in on me. Like the night I found myself standing in our bedroom, looking at the framed photo on the dresser. The three of us, me, Ethan, and our son, laughing at a fall carnival years ago. I was mid-laugh in the picture, my head tilted back, completely unaware of anything except that moment. Ethan had been looking at me then, really looking, or at least I had believed he was. I reached out and touched the edge of the frame, my fingers tracing the glass. "What happened to us?" I whispered, though I already knew the answer. Nothing had happened to us. He had made a choice, over and over again. And I had made one too. I had chosen patience, chosen trust, chosen to believe that love, once built, didn't need to be constantly defended. I was wrong. But acknowledging that didn't make me weak. It made me aware. The first real confrontation came a few days later. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't loud. It was controlled. We were sitting at the dining table, eating in near silence. He had his phone beside his plate, screen lighting up every few minutes. I watched it happen 3 times before I finally spoke. "You can answer it." He looked up, slightly startled. "What?" "Your phone," I said calmly. "You keep checking it. It's obviously important." He frowned. "It's just work." I met his eyes. "Then answer it." There was something in my tone that made him hesitate, just for a second. Then he picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and, without thinking, turned it slightly away from me as he unlocked it. The same movement, the same instinct, the same mistake. I smiled faintly, not because it was funny, but because it confirmed everything. "You don't trust me?" he asked suddenly, his voice sharpening just enough to shift the focus back onto me. There it was. Deflection. I leaned back in my chair. "Do you trust me?" He blinked, caught off guard. "That's not the point," he said. "It is," I replied quietly. "Because trust isn't something you get to question only when it benefits you." Silence settled between us. Heavy. Uncomfortable. For the first time in months, he didn't have an immediate answer. And for the first time in even longer, I didn't rush to fill the space. I just let it sit there, between us, like the truth we were both pretending not to see. That night, as we lay in bed facing opposite directions, I stared into the darkness and finally allowed myself to admit something I had been avoiding. I wasn't trying to save my marriage anymore. But not the way Ethan expected. Not with tears. Not with chaos. Not with desperation. I would end it the way I had lived most of my life. Carefully. Deliberately. And with every detail accounted for. By the time Christmas morning arrived, I wasn't reacting to his betrayal. I was responding to it. And that difference was going to cost him everything. By mid-December, everything was already in motion. Not visibly, not dramatically, but underneath the surface of our perfectly staged life, systems were shifting, documents were being reviewed, and consequences were quietly aligning themselves into place. Ethan still believed he was in control. That was what made it so easy. He moved through our days with increasing confidence, like someone who had already rehearsed his exit and was just waiting for the right moment to perform it. He spent less time pretending, less time explaining. The carefulness he had shown at the beginning of the affair was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous: complacency. He thought I had accepted the distance. He thought I had adjusted. He thought wrong. I didn't confront him. I studied him. I noticed how often Vanessa's name appeared in his messages. Not directly, never openly, but coded into conversations that no longer made sense unless you knew what to look for. I noticed the pattern of his expenses, the repetition of certain locations, the consistency of his lies. But more importantly, I started looking beyond him, at his company, at Vanessa, at the structure they both operated in. That's when things began to escalate. Vanessa wasn't just someone he was sleeping with. She was his superior. Interim COO. Appointed under questionable circumstances, if you looked closely enough. There had been internal murmurs, nothing public, nothing confirmed, but enough to suggest that her rise hadn't been entirely clean. And Ethan? He had benefited from that rise. Promotions, access, influence, too fast. Too convenient. The kind of trajectory that invites scrutiny, if anyone bothers to look. So I started looking. Carefully. Quietly. I didn't hack anything. I didn't do anything illegal. I simply followed what was already there. Public filings, internal patterns, cross-referenced timelines. The kind of work I was trained to do, just applied in a different direction. And what I found wasn't shocking. It was predictable. Vanessa had approved Ethan's promotion directly, placing him in a reporting structure that should have required oversight, especially given the ongoing ethics complaint tied to someone in his department. A junior employee who had filed a hostile work environment report just months earlier. The complaint had disappeared, settled quietly, but not erased. That was the mistake. Because in companies like theirs, nothing ever truly disappears. It just waits. And Vanessa, in her confidence, had ignored that. Or worse, she had assumed no one would connect the dots. Ethan certainly hadn't. He wasn't thinking about policies or clauses or internal reviews. He was thinking about himself, about what he was gaining, about how easy it all was. That arrogance, it spread. It showed up in the way he spoke to me now. Shorter, sharper, less patient. One night he came home irritated, tossing his jacket onto the chair. "Can you not leave the lights on all over the house?" he snapped. I looked up from the kitchen. I was still using them. Well, it's wasteful. I studied him for a moment. This wasn't about the lights. This was about pressure, about cracks forming in places he didn't fully understand yet. "You seem stressed," I said calmly. "I'm fine," he shot back. "You don't look fine." That did it. He turned toward me, frustration flashing across his face. "Claire, not everything needs to be analyzed." I held his gaze. "I'm not analyzing. I'm observing." There was a pause. Then he laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You always do that. Turn everything into some controlled situation." Controlled. The word hung in the air between us. I nodded slowly. "And you always avoid answering the actual question." He exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. "I don't have time for this tonight." "Of course you don't," I said quietly, because his time belonged somewhere else. We both knew it, but neither of us said it out loud. Not yet. Outside of our home, things were moving faster. The ethics complaint tied to Ethan's department had been flagged again, internally, quietly, triggered by a routine audit that Vanessa herself had unknowingly activated when she approved a series of promotions without full compliance review. That's how these things happen. Not through grand exposure, through small, overlooked details. One signature. One approval. One assumption that no one is paying attention. I didn't need to push anything. I just needed to make sure the right information reached the right people. And it did. Not loudly. Not dramatically, but effectively. By the week before Christmas, the company had already begun reviewing internal structures. Nothing public yet, but enough to create tension. Enough to make certain executives uncomfortable. Enough to start asking questions Vanessa didn't have clean answers for. Ethan felt it, even if he didn't understand it. He became more restless, more irritable, more distracted, and still. He walked into my house on Christmas morning with Vanessa at his side, holding divorce papers like he was delivering a conclusion. He thought that was the moment everything would end. He didn't realize it was the moment everything would begin. Because while he was planning his exit, I had already set the stage for his consequences. And once those systems started moving, there was no stopping them. Not for him. Not for her. Not for anyone. People assume that when you take control of a situation like this, it feels empowering the entire time. It doesn't. Control doesn't erase pain. It just delays it. In the days after Christmas morning, after the papers were signed, after the lawyer left with that pale, shaken look on his face, after Ethan and Vanessa realized something had gone very, very wrong, I found myself alone in a house that no longer felt like mine, not because I had lost it, but because it no longer held the life I thought I was living. The silence was different now, heavier, more honest. I stood in the living room that evening, staring at the fireplace where everything had started just hours earlier. The fire had burned down to embers, faint orange light flickering against the walls. For a moment, I just stood there, letting the quiet press in around me. No voices, no tension, no performance, just truth. And that was when it hit me. Not the betrayal. I had already processed that. Not the anger. I had already contained that. It was the grief, not for Ethan, but for the version of my life I had believed in. I walked slowly through the house, touching things as I passed them. The back of a chair, the edge of the dining table, the photo frames lining the hallway. Each one felt like evidence of something that had once been real, or at least something I had convinced myself was real. In our bedroom, I stopped. The bed was still neatly made, his side untouched since that morning. My reflection stared back at me from the mirror, composed, steady, almost detached. "You're okay," I whispered to myself, but my voice didn't sound convinced. I sat down on the edge of the bed and let my hands fall into my lap. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, I stopped thinking ahead, stopped calculating, stopped planning. And in that stillness, the weight of everything finally settled in. 9 years of building something I thought was permanent. 9 years of choosing him, of defending him, of adjusting myself to fit into a marriage that had slowly, quietly stopped including me. I closed my eyes and memories surfaced without permission. The way he used to look at me, the way he used to reach for my hand without thinking, the way he once said, "I don't know what I'd do without you." And I realized he had figured that out. He would replace me, restructure his life, move on. And for a brief, painful moment, I wondered if I had been temporary. That thought hurt more than anything else. Not because I believed I was replaceable, but because I had given something permanent to someone who treated it like it was optional. My chest tightened, and this time I didn't stop it. The tears came quietly, not dramatic, not uncontrollable, just steady. I let them fall because this part couldn't be controlled, and it shouldn't be. This was the cost. The emotional debt that comes due when you finally stop pretending something is salvageable. Hours passed like that. At some point, I found myself sitting on the floor, back against the bed, staring at nothing. My phone buzzed a few times. Messages, notifications, things that suddenly felt irrelevant. I didn't check them. I didn't want noise. I didn't want distraction. I just wanted to sit with the truth long enough that it stopped feeling like a shock and started feeling like reality. And slowly, it did. By the time I stood up, my face was dry, my breathing steady again, my thoughts clearer. The grief hadn't disappeared. It had settled, found its place. And in that space, something else began to take shape. Not anger. Not revenge. Something quieter, stronger. Acceptance. I walked back into the living room, the same room where everything had unfolded that morning. The same space where Ethan had stood, so confident, so certain that he was the one controlling the narrative. I looked around, taking it all in one last time. Not as someone who had been blindsided, but as someone who now understood exactly what had happened. He didn't destroy me. He revealed himself. And in doing that, he gave me something I didn't realize I needed. Clarity. The kind of clarity that only comes when everything you believed in is stripped away, leaving nothing but what is real. I exhaled slowly, my shoulders relaxing for the first time all day. "This is over," I said aloud, not as a question, not as a hope, as a fact. And strangely, that didn't feel like the end. It felt like the moment right before something begins. The next morning didn't feel like a continuation. It felt like a shift. I woke up before sunrise, the house still wrapped in that quiet, heavy stillness that had followed me through the night. For a few seconds, I lay there, staring at the ceiling, expecting the familiar weight in my chest to return. It didn't. Not the same way. The grief was still there, but it had edges now, shape, boundaries. It no longer flooded everything. I sat up slowly, swung my feet onto the floor, and took a breath. Then I reached for my phone. 3 missed calls, 2 unknown numbers. 1 message from Ethan. "I think we need to talk." I stared at it for a moment, then locked the screen without replying. We had already talked, just not in the way he understood. I moved through my morning calmly. Shower, coffee, silence. No rush, no urgency. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't reacting to anything. I was choosing. At exactly 9:12 a.m., my phone rang again. This time, I answered. "Claire," a voice said, measured, professional, familiar in tone if not in identity. "This is Daniel Reeves from Thornton Dynamics Compliance Office." I didn't speak immediately. "I believe you're aware there's been an internal review initiated," he continued. "We need to confirm a few details regarding information that was recently submitted. I leaned back slightly in my chair, fingers resting lightly against the edge of the table. "Yes," I said calmly. "I'm aware." There was a brief pause, just long enough for him to recalibrate his expectations. "You understand the implications of what's been triggered?" he asked. "I do." Another pause. Then, more carefully, "And the materials provided, you can verify their accuracy?" I looked out the window, watching the early lights stretch across the street. "I can," I replied. What I didn't say was that I had verified them 10 times over before they ever reached his desk. What I didn't say was that I had already anticipated this call. What I didn't say was that the moment Vanessa signed off on Ethan's promotion, despite the flagged ethics concern, she had activated something she didn't even know existed. Clause 7.3. I didn't need to explain it. They already knew. "I appreciate your cooperation," Daniel said finally. "You may be contacted again if further clarification is required." "I understand." The call ended. And just like that, it was no longer private. It was no longer contained within my marriage. It was official. I set my phone down slowly, feeling something settle deep in my chest. This was the moment, not the confrontation, not the discovery. This. The point where everything moved beyond emotion and into consequence. A few hours later, the second confirmation came. Not through a call, through silence. Ethan didn't come home that night. He didn't text, didn't call, didn't even attempt to explain. Because somewhere between that morning and that evening, he had realized something was wrong. Not in our marriage, in his world, in the systems he thought he understood, in the structure he thought he was protected by. And Vanessa? She had stopped being confident. I knew that without seeing her. Because people like Vanessa only feel powerful when everything is predictable, when outcomes can be controlled, when they can walk into someone else's life wearing red and expect applause. But this wasn't predictable. This was procedural, and procedures don't care about confidence. They care about facts. By late afternoon, I received a message from a number I didn't recognize. Just one sentence. "The board is convening." I read it once, then again. Then I set the phone down and closed my eyes. This was it. Not revenge, not drama. Not even justice in the way people like to imagine it. This was structure correcting itself. A system doing exactly what it was designed to do when someone ignored its rules. I stood up, walked to the window, and watched as the sky shifted from pale blue to the muted gray of early evening. For months, I had been collecting pieces, observing, understanding, preparing. And now, I didn't need to do anything else. No confrontation, no explanation, no final speech, because the truth was already moving, and it didn't need me anymore. For the first time since all of this began, I allowed myself a small, quiet realization. I hadn't just survived this. I had stepped out of it. Stepped out of a version of my life that required me to shrink, to question myself, to accept less than I deserved. And in doing that, I had taken something back. Not from Ethan, not from Vanessa, from myself, my value, my clarity, my voice. I exhaled slowly, the tension leaving my body in a way I hadn't felt in years. "Let it happen," I whispered, because whatever came next, it wasn't something I needed to control anymore. It was something they would have to face. I didn't need to be in that boardroom to know exactly how it unfolded. I could see it. The long table, the closed doors, the folders placed neatly in front of each executive. No small talk, no distractions. just procedure. Cold, precise, unavoidable. And at the center of it all, Vanessa. For the first time in a very long time, she wouldn't be the one controlling the room. The vote was automatic. That was the part people like her never anticipate. They think power is something you perform, something you hold because others believe you deserve it. But real power, structural power, doesn't rely on belief. It relies on rules, and she had broken them. By the time I received confirmation, it came in the form of 3 simple updates. Ethan's access credentials, suspended. Vanessa, placed under formal investigation. Emergency succession vote, passed. No emotion, no commentary, just outcomes. I read the message once, then set my phone down. It didn't feel like victory. It felt inevitable. Later that evening, I heard from someone who had been there. Not directly involved, just close enough to witness it. She walked in like she could still fix it, they said. Like she just needed to explain. Of course she did. People like Vanessa always believe they can talk their way out of consequences. She kept saying the complaint was resolved, that it wasn't active anymore. I leaned back in my chair, already knowing how that ended. It wasn't resolved, the voice continued, just buried. And now it's not buried anymore. Number. It wasn't. The clause didn't care about intent. It cared about fact. And the fact was simple. She had promoted someone she was personally involved with, while an ethics complaint tied to his department was still flagged. That was enough. That was everything. And Ethan? I asked quietly. There was a pause. He didn't understand at first, they said. He kept asking what this had to do with him. I closed my eyes briefly. That sounded exactly like him. Always a step behind the consequences of his own choices. He tried to argue, the voice continued, said it was a misunderstanding, that he didn't have decision-making authority. I almost smiled. Technically, he was right, but that didn't matter. Because in situations like this, proximity is enough. Association is enough. And benefit? Benefit is everything. He was escorted out, they finished. Security. Quietly. Of course, no scenes, no shouting, just removal. Clean. Efficient. Final. After the call ended, I sat in silence for a long time. Not because I was surprised, but because I was absorbing the scale of it. Everything they had built together, the secrecy, the confidence, the shared belief that they were untouchable. It had collapsed in a single procedural sequence. No confrontation, no revenge, just exposure. And once something like that is exposed, it doesn't stop at the workplace. It spreads. Reputation doesn't collapse all at once. It fractures. Quiet conversations, unanswered calls, invitations that never come, names that slowly disappear from rooms they used to dominate. By the next morning, the ripple effects had already begun. Mutual friends stopped reaching out. Professional contacts went silent. People who had once admired Vanessa started distancing themselves, carefully, strategically, as if proximity alone could become liability. Ethan called me twice that day. I didn't answer. Not out of anger, out of clarity, because there was nothing left to say. By the 3rd call, he left a voicemail. Claire, I don't understand what's happening. We need to talk. Please. I listened to it once, then deleted it. Not because I didn't understand, but because I did. Perfectly. That afternoon, I packed a small bag. Not to leave, but to move forward. I walked through the house one last time, not as someone who had been betrayed, but as someone who had finished a chapter. Every room felt different now. Not empty, not broken. Just complete. There was nothing left here that needed to be resolved. No lingering questions. No unfinished conversations. Just a life that had reached its natural end. I paused at the front door, my hand resting lightly on the handle. For a moment, I thought about everything that had led to this point. The signs I had ignored, the patience I had offered, the silence I had mistaken for strength. Then I let it go. I opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it behind me. Not with anger, not with regret, but with certainty. Behind me, everything Ethan thought he controlled was falling apart. And ahead of me, for the first time in a very long time, there was nothing holding me back. The strange thing about endings is that they rarely feel dramatic when you're actually inside them. There's no music, no slow motion realization, no final line that ties everything together, just quiet. The kind of quiet that follows after everything unnecessary has been stripped away. A few weeks later, my life didn't look the way it used to, but it felt more honest than it had in years. I moved into a smaller place, not temporary, not transitional, intentional, a space that didn't carry echoes of conversations that no longer mattered. A place where every object, every corner, every decision belonged to me, not to a version of myself I had created to keep someone else comfortable. Mornings became mine again. No tension. No checking the time against someone else's schedule. No wondering where he was, who he was texting, or whether I was imagining things that were already true. Just silence and peace. Work felt different too, sharper, more focused, like I had removed something heavy I didn't realize I had been carrying. My decisions were clearer, my instincts stronger. I no longer second-guessed myself the way I had when I was constantly trying to maintain a balance that only I was protecting. People noticed. They didn't ask directly, but they noticed. And for the first time, I didn't feel the need to explain anything. Ethan tried to reach out again, once. A message. I made mistakes. I didn't think it would end like this. I read it. Then I deleted it, because that was the truth he would have to live with. Not that he made mistakes, but that he made choices, repeatedly, confidently, and those choices had consequences he never prepared for. As for Vanessa, I heard enough to understand the outcome without needing the details. Investigations take time. Reputations take longer to rebuild, if they ever do. And in her case, it wasn't just about what she had done. It was about how publicly she had done it. That was the one thing she underestimated. Not me. Not the system. The cost of being seen. One evening, months later, I found myself sitting by the window, watching the light fade across the city. My phone rested beside me, silent. No chaos, no urgency, just stillness. I thought about everything that had happened, not with anger, not even with sadness, but with understanding. For a long time, I believed strength meant holding on, being patient, being reasonable, giving people time to become who they said they were. But real strength is knowing when to stop, when to step back, when to let people reveal themselves, and then believing what you see. I wasn't the woman he thought I was, the one who wouldn't do anything. I was the woman who watched, who understood, who waited until the truth no longer needed to be argued, and then walked away without looking back. If there's one thing I would tell anyone listening to this story, it's this. Pay attention to patterns, not promises. Listen to actions, not explanations. And never confuse silence with weakness. Because sometimes the quietest person in the room is the one who already knows exactly how everything is going to end. And when it does, they don't need to fight. They just need to step aside. My name is Emily Carter, and I didn't realize I had become the third person in my own relationship until the night I knelt on someone else's living room floor and destroyed everything with one sentence. It wasn't during a fight. There was no screaming, no broken glass, no dramatic accusations thrown across a room. It happened in a quiet townhouse under warm lighting with a neatly arranged cheese board sitting untouched between us. While everyone smiled, thinking they knew exactly how the night would go. I want to apologize, I said, my voice steady, controlled, almost gentle. Across from me, my boyfriend, Michael, squeezed my hand like he was proud of me. Beside him, Diana smiled softly, her eyes full of approval. And on the other couch, Samuel, Diana's husband, sat upright, watching me with polite curiosity, completely unaware that his entire life was about to collapse. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingertips, in my throat, in the space behind my eyes. But I didn't hesitate, because by that point, I had spent 3 years being quiet, 3 years being understanding. 3 years convincing myself that I was secure, mature, not the jealous type. 3 years watching my own relationship slowly revolve around another woman, Diana. Her name had been in every conversation, every decision, every plan, like a shadow that never left, like someone who didn't just exist in our lives, but quietly owned a part of it. At first, I told myself it was normal. Everyone has that one best friend they never outgrow, right? I had believed that. I had trusted that. I had trusted him. But standing there that night, looking at the four of us arranged like some perfectly balanced social scene, I finally saw the truth with painful clarity. I wasn't his partner. I was the extra, the convenient one, the one who stayed, the one who adjusted. And Diana, she was the center. She always had been. So when I lowered myself onto one knee, just like Michael had coached me to do for this perfect apology, I knew exactly what I was about to do. I wasn't there to fix anything. I was there to end it. My real apology, I said, turning toward Samuel, is to you. The room went still. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner that your wife has been seeing another man. That was the moment everything shattered. And strangely, it was also the first moment in 3 years that I finally felt free. I was 32 when I met Michael, and at the time I would have described myself as the kind of woman who liked order, because order felt safe. I worked as a project coordinator for a mid-sized logistics company, which meant my days were built on timelines, spreadsheets, calls that started 5 minutes late and still somehow managed to derail an entire afternoon. I liked structure. I liked knowing what came next. I liked people who meant what they said and showed up when they promised they would. Michael, on the other hand, was warmth. He had this easy, relaxed way about him that made people trust him quickly. He smiled with his whole face. He listened in a way that made you feel like your words mattered. When we first started dating, he asked questions other men usually skipped, about my family, about why I always double-checked restaurant reservations, about the scar on my wrist from when I fell off my bike at 11 and still insisted I was fine. He made me feel seen. That matters more than people admit. You can survive a lot on the feeling of being chosen. We met at a friend's birthday dinner. Nothing cinematic. No drink spilled across a shirt. No dramatic eye contact across a crowded room. He was sitting 2 seats away from me, laughing at a story someone was telling. And at one point, he leaned over and asked, "Are you having fun? Or are you mentally reorganizing the seating chart?" I looked at him, startled. "Was it that obvious?" He grinned. "Only to someone who does the same thing." That made me laugh, and that was it. That tiny, easy moment, the kind that doesn't feel life-changing when it happens, only important later when you replay where everything began. The first few months with him felt light in a way I hadn't realized I was craving. He brought me coffee without asking how I took it because he remembered. He sent good morning texts that didn't feel forced. He touched the small of my back when we crossed streets. He asked before making plans, included me in little things, made space for me in a way that felt natural. And then there was Diana. At first, she was just a name, then a story, then somehow a constant presence. Diana says this restaurant is overrated. Diana had the funniest reaction when I told her that. Diana thinks I should update my resume. Diana used to make this incredible baked pasta in college. It was always small enough to dismiss, casual enough to seem harmless. I remember the first time I really noticed it. We were having dinner at a little Thai place near my apartment, the kind with low golden lighting and tables so close together you could hear strangers arguing softly about parking. I was telling him about a difficult woman at work who kept rewriting project notes after meetings and then pretending she hadn't. He laughed, nodded, reached for my hand, and then said, "Diana does that too. She always says people rewrite history in real time when they know they're wrong." I smiled politely, but something inside me paused. Not because he mentioned her. Because he mentioned her the way some people quote a favorite book. Automatically, instinctively. like her opinions were already stitched into the lining of his mind. Still, I let it go, because in the beginning, love makes excuses before it makes conclusions. And I wanted to be the kind of woman who didn't make problems where there weren't any. He told me Diana had been one of his closest friends since college. She was brilliant, funny, driven. She just got him, which I remember thinking was an odd choice of words for a married woman describing another man's emotional importance. But I didn't say that. I told myself grown adults could have deep friendships. I told myself insecurity ruins more relationships than trust ever does. So I smiled. I nodded. I adapted. When Michael invited me to dinners with Diana and her husband Samuel, I went. When weekend plans somehow became group plans, I adjusted. When Michael checked his phone during our dates because Diana was having a stressful day, I swallowed the irritation and reached for my water instead of a fight. The strange part was that Samuel was kind, quiet, observant, a little too careful with his words in the way people become when they have been disappointed too many times and learn to live around the sharp edges of it. He wasn't cold, he was tired. Even when he smiled, there was something absent in it, something dulled. I noticed that early. At dinners, Diana spoke over him without seeming to notice. Michael leaned toward her when she talked, really leaned, with that particular attentiveness men usually save for women they are trying very hard to impress. And Samuel would sit there with his glass in his hand, fingers loose around the stem, as though he had seen this choreography so many times it no longer surprised him. One evening, after dinner at their house, I found Samuel alone on the back patio while everyone else was inside arguing cheerfully about music. He looked up when I stepped out. "Too loud in there?" "A little," I admitted. He gave me a small smile. It always gets louder when those two get into a conversation. Those two. Not my wife and your boyfriend, just those two. I should have paid more attention to the weight of that. Instead, I laughed softly and said, "They do seem to have a lot to say to each other." He looked down into his drink before answering. "Yeah, they always have." There was something in his voice then, flat, careful, almost practiced, that brushed against my skin like a warning. But by the time I turned the moment over in my head later that night, I had already softened it, already explained it away. That became a pattern. There were other moments too, moments that felt strange, then got buried under affection and routine. Michael asking Diana's opinion on paint colors for the living room before asking mine. Michael texting her pictures of a dog adoption event because she's great with names. Michael canceling one of our Saturday brunch plans because Diana really needed to vent, and then acting like I was unreasonable for going quiet. He always had an explanation, and he was good at sounding sincere. You know she's like family. You're reading too much into it. I just don't want you to think I can't have close friends. The last one worked on me more than it should have, because it made me feel like the problem before I had even finished forming the question. My relationship with his family only complicated that further. His mother adored Diana. Not openly, in a cruel way, not at first, but in small, polished ways that were almost harder to confront. "She's so thoughtful," she once said over dinner, smiling as Diana handed her a wrapped candle. Michael has always been lucky to have someone like her in his life. Someone like her. I was sitting right there when she said it. Michael just smiled like nothing about that sentence was loaded. His sister wasn't much different. She treated Diana like a fixture, like someone pre-approved, already woven into the family fabric. I was welcome, certainly, but Diana was established, familiar, comfortable, and I could feel the difference. It is a painful thing to be liked politely while another woman is loved effortlessly in the same room. But Michael kept choosing me at the end of every night. He came home with me. He kissed my forehead when I fell asleep on the couch. He wrapped his arms around me in the kitchen while pasta boiled over and said, "You know I love you, right?" And I did know it. Or at least, I knew he loved me in the way he was capable of loving me. At the time, I thought that was enough. I thought love could survive blurred boundaries. I thought patience was proof of maturity. I thought if I stayed calm, stayed kind, stayed reasonable, eventually I would stop feeling like I was sharing parts of my relationship with another woman who who wasn't supposed to be inside it. I was wrong, because what I thought was a background detail was already the foundation of everything that would eventually break me. Looking back now, I can pinpoint the exact period when discomfort stopped being occasional and started becoming constant. It wasn't one big moment. It was accumulation. Small things repeated often enough that they stopped feeling like coincidences. About 3 months into our relationship, Michael and I were planning a weekend getaway. Nothing extravagant, just a quiet cabin in the mountains. I had spent hours scrolling through listings, comparing reviews, imagining what it would feel like to finally have uninterrupted time together. No phones, no interruptions, just us. I remember showing him the photos on my laptop, leaning into him slightly as I scrolled. Look at this one. It has a hot tub outside, and there's a hiking trail right behind it. He smiled, genuinely interested. That looks perfect. For a moment, everything felt aligned, and then he said it. Should we invite Diana and Samuel? He said it casually, like it was obvious, like that was the natural next step. My fingers paused on the trackpad. I kind of thought this would just be us, I said carefully, trying to keep my tone light. You know, a couple's trip. He gave me that look. Not angry, not defensive, just disappointed. The kind that quietly suggests you're being unreasonable. Diana's been really stressed with work, he said, and Samuel could use a break too. It might be fun to have another couple there. Fun. That word felt wrong in that moment. Not because I didn't like them, but because I wasn't planning something fun. I was planning something intimate. There's a difference. I really just wanted time with you, I said softly. And for a split second, I saw hesitation flicker across his face. Then it disappeared. We spend time together all the time, he replied. This way, it's more social, less pressure. Less pressure. Like being alone with me required effort. I should have pushed harder. I should have said no. Instead, I nodded. Okay, I said. And just like that, the trip changed shape. What was supposed to be quiet mornings and long conversations turned into shared meals, group hikes, and Diana laughing across a fire, while Michael watched her with a kind of attention that didn't belong to me. That was the first time I felt it clearly. Not jealousy. Not exactly. Something sharper. Displacement. Like I had planned a space for us, and then been gently moved to the side within it. But I still told myself it was fine, because that's what you do when you love someone. You reinterpret discomfort as compromise. Except it didn't stop there. Diana wasn't just part of our social life. She was part of everything. She texted Michael constantly. Not occasional check-ins, not normal updates. Constant. At 10 at night, during dinner. On Sunday mornings, when we were still half asleep, wrapped in blankets. Did you see that documentary I told you about? Call me when you're free. I need your opinion on something. I found this place we should all try next weekend. There was always something. Always a reason. Always a thread pulling him just slightly away from me. One night, we were out at dinner, just the two of us, finally. A small Italian restaurant, dim lights, quiet music. The kind of place where conversations slow down. He had just reached across the table to touch my hand when his phone buzzed. He glanced at it, and then picked it up. Sorry, it's Diana. She's trying to decide between 2 job offers. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. 30. He was already typing. The warmth from his hand faded from mine. Michael, I said quietly. Just a second, he murmured, not looking up. That second turned into 2 minutes. Then 5. By the time he set his phone down, the moment was gone. I'm sorry, he said. She's just really stressed. I nodded. Of course she was. She was always something. Stressed. Confused. Excited. Curious. Always in need of him. And he was always there for her. The grocery store was where it finally started to feel absurd. I remember standing in the cereal aisle, holding a box of granola, while Michael took a photo and sent it. To Diana, he explained. She tried this brand before. I stared at him. You're asking her what cereal we should buy? He laughed lightly. She has good taste. Good taste. Like my opinion wasn't even part of the equation. Another time, at a warehouse store, he called her, actually called her while we stood in front of paper towels. "Do you think we need the bulk pack?" he asked into the phone. I stood there, hands gripping the cart, feeling something inside me slowly tighten. This wasn't friendship anymore. This was dependency, and I was outside of it. Even our dog became part of it. We adopted a golden retriever puppy, something I had dreamed about for years. I remember holding him for the first time, his tiny paws pressing into my arm, his breath warm and uneven. "I want to name him Atlas," I said, smiling. "Something strong." Michael tilted his head. "Let's ask Diana. She's great with names." I actually laughed, thinking he was joking. He wasn't. We ended up naming the dog Biscuit because Diana thought it sounded friendly. Friendly. I smiled when we said it out loud. But later that night, lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling and wondered when my voice had become optional in my own life. The worst part wasn't even Michael. It was how he talked about her. Diana was flawless in his stories. She's brilliant. She always knows exactly what to say. She handled that situation perfectly. Every story ended with admiration, with awe, with that same tone people use when they talk about someone they deeply respect or deeply love. And me? When I shared something, when I talked about a difficult day or an achievement or even something small I was proud of. "That's nice, Em," he'd say. Distracted, half listening, sometimes already reaching for his phone. I started noticing how often I was filling silence while she was filling his attention. And then there was Samuel. Samuel, who sat quietly through all of it. Every dinner, every gathering, every moment where Michael and Diana slipped into their own rhythm. He watched. He always watched. One evening, I caught his eye across the table while Diana was mid-story, Michael leaning toward her again, fully engaged. Samuel held my gaze for a second. And in that second, there was something unspoken. Recognition. Like we were both aware of the same truth, but neither of us was ready to say it out loud. I looked away first, because admitting it, even silently, would have meant accepting something I wasn't ready to face, that I wasn't imagining it, that I wasn't being dramatic, that something was wrong, deeply wrong, but I kept going. I kept adjusting. I kept telling myself that relationships required flexibility, patience, understanding. I told myself I was strong enough to handle it. I told myself I was secure. I told myself love looked like this sometimes. What I didn't realize was that every time I stayed quiet, every time I chose peace over truth, I was slowly disappearing from my own relationship. And by the time I finally understood that, it was already too late. The moment everything shifted didn't come with shouting. It came quietly, like most things that break you. It happened about a year into our relationship. On an ordinary Tuesday morning that should have meant nothing. I had just gotten back from the gym, my muscles still warm, my skin damp, my mind drifting toward that small, private ritual I loved, the post-workout shower. The one place where everything slowed down, where I could stand under hot water and let the noise of everything else dissolve. Michael had already left for work, or at least that's what I thought. I dropped my bag by the door, kicked off my shoes, and walked straight to the bathroom. The apartment was quiet, peaceful, mine. I turned on the shower, waited for the water to reach that perfect temperature, just on the edge of too hot, and stepped in. For a few minutes, it was just water. Just breathe. Just me. I closed my eyes as I worked shampoo into my hair, fingers pressing into my scalp, letting the warmth loosen everything I had been holding tight without realizing it. And then the front door opened. The sound cut through everything. Sharp. Out of place. I froze. At first, I assumed it was Michael. Maybe he had forgotten something and come back. I didn't think much of it until I heard the voice. "Hello? Anyone home?" Female. Bright. Familiar. Diana. My entire body went still. For a second, my brain refused to process it. Tried to place the sound somewhere safe, somewhere logical. but it didn't fit anywhere because Diana wasn't supposed to be there. Not without Michael, not without telling me, not without anything. "I'm in the shower," I called out, my voice louder than I intended, echoing slightly against the tile. There was a brief pause. "Oh," she replied, her tone light, casual. "Michael said I could grab his laptop. He left it here." Of course he did. Of course he had told her. And of course he hadn't told me. I stood there, water running over my face, my eyes stinging, not from the shampoo. "Can you just wait in the living room?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Yeah, of course," she said, but she didn't leave. I could hear her footsteps. Closer. Not retreating. Approaching. The bathroom door was slightly open, just enough for steam to escape. And our shower? Glass. Clear. Transparent. A detail Michael had insisted on when we renovated. "Feels more modern," he had said. Now it felt like exposure. Like I was standing inside a box with no walls. "Diana?" I called, my voice sharper now. "Relax," she laughed softly. "I'm just grabbing it." I moved quickly, rinsing my hair in rushed, uneven motions, my heart beating faster than it should have. This wasn't just awkward. This was wrong. When I stepped out, wrapping a towel tightly around myself, I felt invaded, not just physically, something deeper. I walked into the living room, and there she was, sitting on our couch. My couch. Michael's laptop already in her hands. Scrolling. Comfortable. Like she belonged there. She looked up when she saw me, smiling. "Hey," she said, "sorry about that. Michael thought you'd still be out." I stood there, water still dripping from my hair, my fingers tightening around the edge of the towel. "Diana," I said carefully, "next time, can you just text first?" The smile flickered, just slightly. "Oh," she said, "I didn't think it was a big deal." Big deal. I felt something inside me shift. "It is to me," I said. Silence stretched between us. Not loud, but heavy. She stood up slowly, clutching the laptop. "I'll let Michael know you said that," she replied, her tone different now, cooler, measured. Then she walked out. The door closed behind her, and the apartment felt different, like something had been disturbed that couldn't be put back exactly the same way. That evening, Michael came home, and I knew the moment he walked in that she had already spoken to him. He didn't greet me, didn't ask about my day. He set his keys down and turned toward me, his expression tight. "So," he said, "you made Diana uncomfortable today." I stared at him. I made her uncomfortable? She said you were cold, that you made her feel unwelcome. Unwelcome. In my home. "She walked in while I was in the shower, Michael," I said, my voice steady but low. "I just asked her to text next time." "She was doing me a favor," he shot back. "I needed that laptop." "And I needed privacy," I replied. "That's dramatic," he said, shaking his head. "She has a key for emergencies." "An emergency?" I repeated. "Grabbing your laptop is an emergency?" He exhaled sharply, like I was exhausting him. "You're overreacting." There it was. The familiar shift, the quiet redirection, not what happened, how I responded to it. "I'm not overreacting," I said. "I'm asking for basic boundaries. And I'm asking you to trust the people in my life," he said. Trust. That word again, always used like a weapon. Like if I questioned anything, it meant I was the one breaking something. Before I could respond, he added, "She felt embarrassed, Emily." I laughed. A small, disbelieving sound. "She felt embarrassed?" "Yes," he said firmly. "And I think you owe her an apology." The room went very still. I looked at him. Really looked at him. At the way he stood there, defending her. At the way his voice carried certainty. At the way my discomfort had somehow become my fault. "You want me," I said slowly, "to apologize because I didn't want someone walking into my home while I was naked." "When you say it like that, you're twisting it," he replied. No, I wasn't twisting anything. I was finally saying it clearly. But what I didn't expect, what I truly didn't see coming, was what happened next. That same night, Michael invited Diana over. "To talk," he said. "To clear the air." What actually happened was something else entirely. I sat in the armchair. They sat on the couch together, and for 45 minutes, they explained me to myself. Emily, Michael began, his voice calm, almost clinical. We think you might be dealing with some insecurity. We, not him. We. Diana nodded softly beside him, her expression full of concern. I understand how this might feel overwhelming, she added gently. Change can be hard. Change. Like I was the new variable. Like I was the disruption. I felt my fingers curl into the fabric of the chair. I'm not insecure, I said. I just want boundaries. Michael leaned forward. Sometimes boundaries can be a reflection of fear. Diana nodded again. Yes, fear of losing control. I stared at them, at the way they spoke, at the way they aligned, at the way I had somehow become the outsider in my own relationship. And something inside me, something quiet, something patient, something that had been bending for too long, finally began to harden. Because in that moment, I understood something I had been avoiding for a year. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't poor communication. This was a system, a dynamic, a place where I would always be second, and they would always be first. Michael's voice softened. I think you should apologize, he said, to Diana, properly, at her place, in front of Samuel, so we can all move forward. I looked at him, then at her, and for the first time, I didn't feel confused. I didn't feel uncertain. I didn't feel small. I felt clear, because suddenly I knew exactly what I had. Information, truth, something they didn't know I was holding, something that could shatter this entire illusion in seconds. I leaned back slightly, and I smiled. You're right, I said quietly. I should apologize. Michael's face relaxed immediately. Diana's expression softened with satisfaction. Neither of them noticed that something in me had already changed. Let's do it Saturday, I added. I want to do it properly. They both agreed. Relieved. Grateful. Certain they had just fixed the problem. But as I sat there, watching them, I wasn't thinking about an apology. I was thinking about a bar, about a conversation, about a secret that had been sitting quietly inside me for months, waiting. And for the first time, I wasn't afraid of it anymore. I was ready to use it. That night, after Diana left and the door closed behind her, the apartment didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt staged, like I had been sitting in the wrong role for too long and only just realized the script had never been written for me. Michael moved around the kitchen like nothing significant had happened, opening the fridge, pulling out a bottle of water, taking a long drink like the conversation we had just had wasn't still echoing in the walls. You handled that well, he said casually, not even looking at me. Agreeing to apologize. That's mature. Mature. I watched him, really watched him. At the ease in his posture, at the way his shoulders had relaxed now that I had cooperated, at the quiet satisfaction in his voice. And something inside me tightened, not sharply, not explosively, but steadily, like a thread being pulled taut. I meant what I said, I replied. I want to do it properly. He nodded, finally glancing at me. Good. That's all I was asking for. No, it wasn't. He wasn't asking for an apology. He was asking for submission, for alignment, for me to accept a version of reality where my discomfort was a flaw to be corrected. And for the first time, I didn't argue. I didn't explain. I didn't try to make him understand. I just said, okay. Because something had shifted in me during that conversation. Something quiet. Something decisive. That night, I lay in bed beside him, staring at the ceiling, while his breathing evened out into sleep. I didn't touch him. I didn't move closer. I just lay there, replaying everything. The shower. Diana in our living room. The way Michael had looked at me, like I was the problem to be solved. The way they had sat together. We. That word kept echoing. We think, we feel, we believe, and I wasn't part of that we. I had never been. I turned my head slightly, looking at him in the dim light. For a long time, I had asked myself the same question over and over. Am I overreacting? Am I being too sensitive? Am I making something out of nothing? But lying there in the dark, something in me finally answered back. Number, you're not crazy. You've just been adjusting to something that was never meant to feel right. My chest rose slowly with that realization. Not relief. Not yet, just clarity. And then, like a quiet door opening in the back of my mind, I remembered the night at the bar. The only time Michael had ever pushed for me to spend time alone with Samuel. You two should hang out, he had said, almost excited. Just the two of you. I think you'd really get along. I had almost laughed at the suggestion, because the only thing Samuel and I seemed to share was discomfort. But I had agreed, because that's what I did. I agreed. I adapted. I made things easier. The memory unfolded slowly now, sharper than before. The dim lighting of the bar, the smell of beer and something fried. Samuel sitting across from me, more relaxed than I had ever seen him. His shoulders slightly loose, his voice a little slower, like the weight he carried had slipped just enough for him to breathe. At first, it had been normal. Surface-level conversation. Work. Traffic. Weather. Two people trying to find common ground where none naturally existed. But then, after a few drinks, something shifted. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. Can I tell you something? He asked. I remember hesitating. Okay. He gave a small, almost self-aware smile. You ever feel like loyalty gets boring? I had frowned. What do you mean? He let out a short breath, staring down at his glass. Like being tied to the same person, same routine, same expectations. You ever feel like you're just going through it? At the time, I didn't understand why that question made my chest tighten. Now I did. I don't think it's supposed to feel like that, I had said carefully. He laughed softly. Yeah, that's what I thought too. There had been a pause, a long one. And then he said it. Not dramatically, not emotionally, just casually. I've been seeing someone. I remember my body going still, my fingers tightening slightly around my glass. What? Her name's Laura, he continued, like he was talking about a new restaurant he liked. We met through work. It's been about 6 months. 6 months. I had stared at him, my mind scrambling to catch up. Diana doesn't know? He shook his head. No. There had been something strange about the way he said it. Not guilty, not ashamed, just tired. Like the secret itself was heavier than the betrayal. We meet at a hotel downtown, he added. I use a separate email. Keeps things clean. Clean. That word had stayed with me. Like betrayal could be organized, managed, sanitized. I didn't know what to say. Didn't know what reaction was appropriate. So I sat there. Silent. And he took that silence as understanding, as permission, as shared perspective. You get it, right? He had said. You're in a relationship too. No, I didn't get it. What I got. Was that the man sitting across from me? The husband of the woman who had slowly inserted herself into every corner of my life? Was not who he pretended to be. And the woman my boyfriend admired more than anyone else had built her life around someone like that. I remember asking one question. Why are you telling me this? He had shrugged. I don't know. You seem reasonable. Reasonable. Like that meant I would keep his secret. And I did. For months, I did. Not because I agreed with him. Not because I thought it was right. But because I didn't want to detonate something I wasn't ready to deal with. Because I didn't know what the fallout would look like. Because part of me still wasn't sure where I stood in all of it. But now I knew. Lying in bed that night, staring at the ceiling while Michael slept beside me, that memory didn't feel confusing anymore. It felt sharp, clear, useful. Because suddenly, everything aligned. Michael defending Diana. Diana moving through my life like she had ownership. Samuel sitting quietly, watching everything unfold. And me, standing on the outside of a dynamic that had been built long before I arrived. But they had made one mistake. They had assumed I would stay quiet forever. They had assumed I would keep adjusting, keep shrinking, keep accepting. I turned onto my side, facing away from Michael, my fingers resting lightly against the blanket. And for the first time since all of this started, I wasn't asking myself what I should tolerate. I was asking myself what I was willing to do. Saturday was coming, and for once, I wasn't afraid of the outcome. I was ready for it. From the moment I agreed to apologize, everything became a performance. And Michael, he became the director. Wednesday morning, he woke me up earlier than usual. I remember the soft gray light filtering through the curtains, the quiet heaviness of a day that hadn't fully begun yet. He said gently, nudging my shoulder, we should go over what you're going to say. I opened my eyes slowly, still caught between sleep and awareness. What? The apology, he said, already sitting up, already focused. We should structure it properly. Structure. Like this was a presentation. Like this was something that could be optimized. He handed me a cup of coffee and a notepad. I've been thinking about it, he continued. You need to hit certain points. I sat up, the blanket slipping down slightly, my fingers curling around the warm mug as I watched him. Okay, I said, not because I agreed, but because I wanted to see how far this would go. He started listing them. You need to acknowledge that you are coming from a place of insecurity. He spoke calmly, confidently, as if it were already true. You need to validate how Diana felt, that she was just trying to help. I nodded slowly, my expression neutral. And you should thank her, he added, for being patient with you. Patient. The word landed differently now. Not gentle. Not kind. Condescending. He leaned closer, watching my face. You understand, right? This isn't just about saying sorry. It's about rebuilding trust. Trust. Again. Always that word. As if trust meant silence. As if trust meant not questioning something that felt wrong. I took a slow sip of my coffee. I understand, I said. And I did. Just not in the way he thought. The next hour turned into a rehearsal, not a conversation. A rehearsal. Michael corrected my tone. No, softer, he said. You don't want to sound defensive. He adjusted my phrasing. Don't say, I felt uncomfortable. Say, I realize now I misinterpreted the situation. Misinterpreted. I wrote everything down. Every word. Every suggestion. Every carefully constructed sentence that slowly erased my own experience and replaced it with something more convenient, more acceptable to them. By the end of it, I had a full script. Neat. Polished. Completely false. Perfect, Michael said, satisfied. This is exactly what we need. We. There it was again, that word that never included me. That afternoon, while he was at work, I sat alone at the kitchen table, staring at the notepad. The apology, line by line, sentence by sentence. And then I flipped the page, picked up a pen, and started writing something else. My version. Not loud. Not chaotic. Not emotional. Just truth. Simple. Precise. Irrefutable. I wrote slowly, carefully, feeling something settle inside me with each word. This wasn't about revenge. Not really. This was about correction, about restoring something that had been distorted for too long. Thursday was what Michael called preparation. He stood in the bathroom with me, both of us facing the mirror. Okay, he said, studying my reflection like I was a project. Let's work on your expression. I almost laughed, but I didn't. You need to look sincere, he continued, not forced. I am sincere, I replied softly. He nodded. Good, then it'll be easy. He adjusted my posture. Relax your shoulders. He tilted his head slightly. Don't look defensive. Open your expression. I watched myself in the mirror, my face, my eyes. And for a moment, I didn't recognize myself. Not because I had changed, but because I had been adapting for so long. I had forgotten what I looked like without it. Try again, he said. I'm sorry, I began, my voice controlled. No, he interrupted. More humility. Humility. I swallowed. Tried again. I'm sorry. Better. He nodded. That's it. But what he didn't see, what he couldn't see, was that behind that expression, something else was forming. Something quiet, something steady, something that no longer needed his approval. By Friday, everything was set. Michael checked my outfit. You don't want to look too formal, he said, but not casual either. Something respectful. Respectful. I chose a simple dress, neutral, calm, unthreatening, exactly what they expected. That afternoon, while he was out, I opened my laptop and saved my version of the speech. Not under notes, not somewhere obvious. I labeled it something he would never open. Tax documents. Michael avoided anything financial, like it might personally offend him. It felt almost poetic. Saturday arrived with a strange kind of stillness, the kind that comes before something irreversible. Michael was in a good mood, relaxed, confident, like he believed this was the beginning of everything getting better. You're going to feel so much lighter after this, he said as we got ready. I looked at him. You think so? I know so, he replied. And for a second, I almost felt sorry for him because he had no idea. The drive to Diana and Samuel's house was quiet, not tense, not uncomfortable, just quiet. Michael reached over at one point, resting his hand on mine. This is the right thing, he said softly. I didn't pull away. I just nodded. Outside, the sky was dimming into evening, the light fading into that soft blue that makes everything feel suspended. We pulled into their driveway exactly on time. Michael insisted on punctuality. Shows respect, he always said. The house looked the same as always. Neat. Ordered. Warm. Like nothing inside it was about to break. Diana opened the door before we knocked. She was dressed up. Hair done, makeup soft but deliberate. Like this mattered. Like this was an event. Emily, she said, smiling warmly. Warm. Controlled. Prepared. Come in. Samuel appeared from the kitchen, carrying a tray of cheese and wine. He looked at me. Just for a second. And something passed between us again. That same quiet recognition. That same unspoken understanding. But this time, I didn't look away. We all sat down. Diana and Samuel on one couch, Michael and me on the other. The table between us carefully arranged. Everything in place. Everything ready. Michael squeezed my hand. A signal. It's time. I inhaled slowly, exhaled. And in that moment, everything inside me became still. Not nervous, not afraid, just certain. Because for the first time since this all began, I wasn't reacting anymore. I was choosing. And what they thought was an apology was about to become something else entirely. Before I spoke, before I changed everything, there was one last moment where everything inside me almost collapsed. It happened in the seconds right before I stood up, before I opened my mouth, before the truth left my body and entered the room. Because as we sat there, 4 people arranged so neatly, so politely, I suddenly became aware of something I had been avoiding for a long time. This was the last version of my life where everything was still intact. Fragile, distorted, painful, but intact. Michael's hand was still wrapped around mine. Diana was still smiling softly, her posture relaxed, confident in the outcome. Samuel sat across from me, quiet, unaware, still living inside a reality that hadn't yet been cracked open. And me, I was still the woman who had stayed. For 3 years, I had chosen this. Not once, but repeatedly. I had chosen silence over discomfort, understanding over confrontation, patience over truth. I had told myself that love required compromise. That maturity meant restraint. That being secure meant not reacting to things that made me feel small. But sitting there in that room, I finally asked myself something I had never allowed myself to fully say out loud. When did compromise turn into erasure? My chest tightened. Not sharply, not dramatically. Just a slow, heavy pressure that made it harder to breathe. I looked at Michael, at the man I had loved, the man who had once made me feel seen. And I tried to find that version of him again. The one who had leaned over at that dinner table and asked if I was reorganizing the seating chart in my head. The one who remembered how I took my coffee. The one who made space for me. But sitting there now, he didn't look like that man. He looked certain that I would say what he wanted, certain that I would fall back into place, certain that whatever discomfort existed in our relationship could be corrected by adjusting me. And something in me broke quietly, not loudly, not visibly, just broke, because I realized I had been fighting for something that no longer existed. Maybe it hadn't existed for a long time. Maybe I had just been holding on to the memory of it. I glanced at Diana, at the ease in her body, at the way she occupied space in my life like it belonged to her. And for a brief, painful moment, I wondered what it would feel like to be her, to be the one who was listened to, consulted, centered, to be the one whose opinion mattered without question. But that thought didn't last, because just as quickly, I saw something else. I saw the pattern. I saw the dynamic. I saw the way she and Michael moved around each other like they were already aligned. And I saw myself on the outside of that alignment. Not because I wasn't enough, but because I had been placed there, gradually, quietly, consistently. My fingers loosened slightly in Michael's hand, and for a second, I almost pulled away, almost stood up, almost said, I don't want to do this. Almost chose to walk out, to leave everything as it was, messy, unresolved, but intact. Because what I was about to do was irreversible. It wouldn't just hurt Michael. It wouldn't just hurt Diana. It would shatter Samuel. It would collapse something that, however flawed, had still been standing. And I felt that weight. I felt the gravity of it pressing down on me. My throat tightened. My eyes burned slightly, not from sadness, from clarity. Because the truth is, there is a moment before every major decision where you are still allowed to turn back, where you can still choose comfort over truth, silence over consequence. And that moment is often the hardest one because it asks you to decide who you are. I closed my eyes briefly, just for a second. And in that second, everything became very simple. If I stayed silent, nothing would change. Michael would continue choosing her. Diana would continue existing inside my relationship. Samuel would continue living a lie. And I would continue disappearing. That was the future I had already been living. The only difference was that now I could see it clearly. My eyes opened. The room came back into focus. The soft light. The untouched wine glasses. The careful arrangement of everything that was about to fall apart. Michael squeezed my hand again, a subtle signal. Now, it's time. I inhaled slowly, and this time, I didn't hesitate. Because whatever happened next, at least it would be real. And for the first time in a long time, that mattered more than keeping the peace. I gently pulled my hand away from his and stood up. I stood there for a second. Just long enough for the room to notice the change. Michael's hand lingered in the air where mine had been. Diana straightened slightly, her smile softening into anticipation. Samuel looked up at me, curious, but still calm. They were all waiting for the version of me they had rehearsed. The one Michael had built. The one Diana had approved. The one that would make everything comfortable again. I took a slow breath. Michael, Diana, I began, my voice steady, controlled. Michael nodded encouragingly, his eyes warm. Take your time, he said softly. I almost smiled, because he had no idea what was coming. I've been doing a lot of thinking these past few days, I continued, letting my gaze drop briefly, just like he had coached me. About my behavior, about how I reacted, about what I might have misunderstood. Diana's shoulders relaxed. Michael leaned back slightly, satisfied. Good. They believed it. I realize now, I said, that some of my reactions came from a place of insecurity. Michael exhaled softly, like a problem had just been solved. Diana nodded gently. It's understandable, she said. I continued. And that's not fair to you, I added, looking at her. You've always been supportive. The words tasted strange in my mouth, but my voice didn't shake. Not once. Michael's hand rested lightly on his knee, his fingers relaxed, his posture open. Proud. God, he looked proud. And I want to take responsibility for that, I said. Yes, he murmured quietly. That's good. I paused. Let the silence settle. Let them sink into the version of reality they had created. Then I shifted my gaze. Slowly, deliberately, from Diana to Samuel. Something in his expression changed the moment I looked at him. Not fear. Not yet, just attention. Focused. Present. Samuel, I said. The room stilled. Diana's smile flickered slightly. Michael's head tilted. Confusion. Small. Barely noticeable. But it was there. My apology, I continued, is actually to you. The silence deepened. Michael frowned faintly. Emily, he started, but I lifted my hand slightly. Please, I said gently, let me finish. He stopped. Because he still believed he was in control of this moment. I turned fully towards Samuel, and for the first time that night, my voice shifted. Not louder, not harsher, just clearer. I'm sorry, I said, that I didn't tell you sooner, that your wife has been seeing another man. Everything stopped. Not metaphorically, physically. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Diana's face went completely still. Michael's expression collapsed into confusion, then disbelief. Samuel blinked once, twice. Like his mind was trying to catch up to something it didn't want to understand. What? He whispered. The word barely made it out. Michael sat forward suddenly. Emily, what are you... Last summer, I continued calmly, Michael encouraged me to spend time with Samuel. Just the two of us. A bonding night. I could feel Michael's eyes on me now. Sharp. Panicked. But I didn't look at him. I kept my focus on Samuel. We went out for drinks, I said. And during that conversation, he told me about Laura. Diana inhaled sharply. Samuel's head snapped toward her. What is she talking about? He asked, his voice tighter now. Diana shook her head immediately. Emily, this isn't funny. I'm not joking, I said. My voice didn't rise, didn't waver. It didn't need to. He told me about the hotel, I continued, the one downtown, the one he books using a separate email so you wouldn't find out. Samuel stood up slowly, not abruptly, not violently, just slowly, like his body needed time to adjust to the weight of what he was hearing. Diana, he said, his voice low, is there something you need to tell me? Of course not, she snapped too quickly. She's twisting something. I don't know what this is. Michael stood up too now. Emily, stop, he said sharply. This isn't the time. No, I said. And for the first time, my voice cut through his. Clean. Final. This is exactly the time. Silence. Heavy. Unavoidable. I reached into my bag. Slowly. Deliberately. And pulled out my phone. I didn't say anything for months, I continued, because I didn't know what to do with it. I unlocked the screen, opened the message. And then the next morning, you texted me. Samuel's eyes dropped to my phone instinctively. I stepped closer. Not aggressive, not confrontational, just certain. And I held it out. There, I said quietly. He took it. His fingers tightened slightly around the edges. His eyes scanned the screen. Once. Then again. The color drained from his face. What is this? He asked, his voice breaking slightly. Michael ran a hand through his hair. Emily, this is insane. You're taking something completely out of... Read it, I said. Samuel's lips moved silently as he read. Thanks for last night. What I told you stays between us, right? The words hung in the air. Unavoidable. Irrefutable. Samuel looked up slowly. At Diana. Not angry yet. Not explosive. Just broken. Is there a Laura? He asked. His voice was so quiet it almost didn't sound like him. Diana's mouth opened. Closed. She looked at Michael for help, for direction, for something. But Michael wasn't looking at her anymore. He was looking at me. And for the first time, there was no confidence in his eyes, no certainty, just realization and fear. "Diana," Samuel said again, his voice stronger now. "Answer me." The silence stretched, long, painful, final. And in that silence, everything shifted. Because for the first time since I'd walked into that house, I wasn't the one being questioned. I wasn't the one being corrected. I wasn't the one being reshaped. The truth was, and it didn't need help. It didn't need explanation. It just existed. Samuel's shoulders dropped slightly. And in that small movement, I knew he had his answer, even before she said it. The silence didn't break all at once. It fractured. Slowly. Unevenly, like something collapsing from the inside out. Samuel was still holding my phone, his eyes locked on the screen, like if he looked away, it might stop being real. Diana finally moved, one step forward. "Samuel, I can explain," she said, her voice softer now, stripped of that calm control she always carried. He flinched, not dramatically, just a small, instinctive recoil. "Explain what?" he asked. Not angry. Not yet, just hollow. Michael stepped in quickly, his voice sharper, desperate to regain control. "This is ridiculous," he said. "Emily is twisting something that was clearly taken out of context." "Stop," I said. He turned to me immediately. "Emily, you're making a mistake. This isn't—" "No," I repeated, quieter this time. "You don't get to manage this anymore." That landed harder than I expected, because for the first time, he didn't have a response ready. Samuel looked up again. "At Diana." "Is it true?" he asked. 3 simple words, but they carried everything. Diana's lips parted, closed. Her eyes flicked toward Michael again, then back to Samuel. And in that hesitation, in that one small, unmistakable pause, everything was confirmed. Samuel let out a breath that sounded like it came from somewhere deep, somewhere worn down over years. "I asked you a question," he said, his voice steadier now. This time, she couldn't avoid it. "Yes," she whispered. The word barely made it into the room, but it hit like a collapse. Samuel didn't shout, didn't throw anything, didn't even step forward. He just stood there, still. And somehow that was worse, because anger burns out. Silence stays. "How long?" he asked. 6 months, she admitted, her voice shaking now. 6 months. I saw the number land in him. Not like a shock, like confirmation, like something he had already suspected, now given shape. He nodded once, slowly. "Okay," he said. "Just that." "Okay." And then he looked at me, not with blame, not with anger, with something else, something closer to understanding. "Thank you," he said quietly. Diana's head snapped toward him. "What?" she said, her voice breaking. "You're thanking her?" "She told me the truth," he replied. "You lied." That was it. That was the line. Clear. Simple. Unarguable. Michael exhaled sharply, pacing now, his hand running through his hair again. "This is insane," he muttered. "All of this over what?" I asked. He stopped, turned to me. "You had no right," he said. There it was. Not denial. Not confusion. Control. "You held on to this for months and chose now to drop it like this," he continued. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" I looked at him, really looked at him. And for the first time, I didn't feel the need to defend myself. "You're right," I said. That threw him off. He blinked. "What?" "You're right," I repeated. "I chose this moment." Silence. "But you chose everything before it," I added. "You chose to ignore me. You chose to prioritize her. You chose to make me feel like I was the problem, for asking for basic respect." His jaw tightened. "That's not the same thing." "No," I said calmly. It's not. Because what I did ended something. What you did slowly erased me inside it. That landed deeper than anything I had said all night. He didn't argue. He couldn't. Behind us, Diana had started crying. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just quietly. The kind of crying that comes when the structure you've been standing on finally gives way. "Samuel, please," she said. He didn't look at her. "Ask him," I said softly. The room shifted again. Michael frowned. "What?" "Ask him," I repeated, nodding slightly toward him. Samuel's eyes moved from Diana to Michael. Slowly, deliberately, Michael went still. "Michael?" Samuel said. Just his name. Nothing more. But it was enough, because suddenly, everything that had been hidden in subtlety was standing in plain sight. Michael hesitated, and that hesitation said everything. Samuel let out a short, hollow laugh, not amused, not bitter, just done. "Unbelievable," he murmured. Diana covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Michael didn't speak. For once, he had nothing. I stepped back slightly, not out of discomfort, out of distance, because this part was no longer mine. This was theirs, their consequences, their collapse. "I think we should go," I said quietly. Michael didn't move. He was still staring at me, like he was trying to understand when he had lost control of the situation. "Michael," I said again, softer this time. That brought him back. He nodded once, barely, and we walked toward the door. Behind us, Diana's voice broke again. Samuel didn't respond. The door opened. Cool air hit my skin, and for the first time that night, I could breathe. When we got into the car, the silence was immediate, heavy, dense, unavoidable. Michael stared straight ahead, his hands tight on the steering wheel. "You destroyed everything," he said finally. I leaned back in my seat. "No," I replied. "You did." He shook his head. "You could have handled that differently." "Like how?" I asked. He didn't answer, because there wasn't a version of this where the truth stayed hidden and everything remained intact. When we got home, he walked straight past me. No goodbye. No words, just distance. The bedroom door closed behind him. Not slammed, closed. And that was worse. I stood in the living room for a moment, alone. The same space that had once felt shared now felt empty in a different way, not missing something, cleared. Over the next few days, everything unraveled exactly the way it was always going to. There were messages, calls, reactions. Some people were shocked. Some were angry. Some quietly stepped back when they saw the truth for what it was. Samuel filed for divorce. Quickly, decisively, no hesitation. Michael's social circle shifted almost overnight. The same people who once admired Diana's perfect judgment started asking questions, started connecting things, started seeing what had always been there. And Michael couldn't explain his way out of this. Not this time. Because there was no narrative strong enough to override reality. At home, the distance between us grew faster than I expected. Not loud, not explosive, just final. We stopped talking, stopped eating together, stopped existing in the same space as anything more than two people waiting for something to end. One morning, about a week later, I realized something simple. The lease was in my name. Michael had moved in with me, not the other way around. I stood in the kitchen, staring at that realization like it was the last piece of a puzzle finally falling into place. When he came out of the bedroom later, I said it calmly. "You should start looking for somewhere else to stay." He froze. "You're serious?" "Yes." He let out a short laugh. "Incredible." "No," I said quietly. "Necessary." The next 30 days weren't dramatic. They were quiet warfare, unspoken tension, small acts of distance, two people moving around each other like strangers. Until one morning, he was gone. No argument, no scene, just absence. And a key left on the counter. I picked it up, held it for a moment, and then set it down. Because by then, there was nothing left to hold on to. It took a while before the silence stopped feeling unfamiliar. At first, it echoed. In the mornings, when I made coffee and there was no second cup sitting beside mine. In the evenings, when the apartment stayed exactly the way I left it. No movement, no background noise, no quiet presence that I had once mistaken for comfort. For a long time, I had associated quiet with distance, with something missing. But slowly, it became something else. Space. The kind of space where you can finally hear yourself again. The first night I slept alone after Michael left, I expected to feel something overwhelming. Grief, loneliness, regret. But what I felt instead was stillness. Deep, uninterrupted, honest, and for the first time in a very long time. I didn't feel like I was sharing my life with someone who wasn't fully there. Weeks passed, then months, and the pieces of my life began to settle into something new. Not better, not worse, just mine. I rearranged the furniture, not dramatically, just enough to change the feeling of the space. Moved the couch closer to the window, cleared the shelves, took down the photos that no longer felt like memories. Just reminders. I stopped checking my phone for messages that didn't come. Stopped replaying conversations in my head. Stopped asking questions that no longer mattered. Because the truth is, closure doesn't always come from answers. Sometimes it comes from acceptance. Samuel and I met for coffee about a month after everything happened. It wasn't planned, not intentionally. He had sent a message, simple, direct. Thank you. Would you like to talk? We met at a quiet place downtown. Neutral. Uncomplicated. He looked different, not lighter. Not yet, but clearer, like someone who had finally stepped out of a room they didn't realize they had been trapped in. I found everything, he said after we sat down. His voice was calm, steady. The emails, the bookings, messages. I nodded. I'm sorry, I said. He shook his head. No, he replied, don't be. There was a pause. Not awkward, just real. I think part of me always knew, he admitted. I just didn't want to be the one to say it out loud. I understood that. More than I wanted to. Truth has a way of showing up anyway, I said softly. He gave a small smile. Yeah, he said, it does. We didn't talk about Michael or Diana. Not much, because strangely, they weren't the center of the story anymore. We were two people who had been standing on the edges of something broken and finally stepped away from it. We met again after that, and then again. Not out of necessity, not out of shared pain, just because it was easy. No pressure, no expectations, no third presence sitting between us. Just two people having conversations that didn't need to be filtered, adjusted, or approved. Months later, we started looking at apartments. Together, not rushed, not forced, just intentional. One evening, while we were walking through an empty living room in a place with wide windows and soft light, he turned to me and said, if we do this, I want it to be different. I looked at him. It will be, I said, because we both knew what different meant. It meant clarity. It meant boundaries. It meant choosing each other without anyone else in the background. We talked about getting a dog, something strong, something we both chose together. And when he said, no outside opinions, I laughed. A real laugh. The kind that doesn't carry tension underneath it. The kind that feels free. The craziest part when I think about everything now is how long I believed I was the problem. How easily I accepted the idea that wanting respect meant insecurity, that asking for space meant weakness, that needing to feel prioritized meant I was asking for too much. I wasn't. I was asking for the bare minimum. And I stayed in a situation that convinced me it was too much. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that love doesn't require you to shrink. It doesn't ask you to compete for attention that should already be yours. It doesn't make you feel like a guest in your own life. And most importantly, it doesn't punish you for telling the truth. Would I do it again? Yes, without hesitation, because that night, when everything broke, was also the moment everything became honest. And honesty, even when it hurts, is the only place anything real can begin. I didn't lose anything that was truly mine. I just stopped holding on to something that never fully was. And that apology Michael wanted so badly, I gave it. Just not to the person he expected, and not for the reasons he imagined. But it was real. It was necessary. And it was the beginning of